Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Na 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 na. I ain't never gonna give up. No. I know they wish I quit this shit, but I ain't never gonna give up. No. They never thought I'd get this lit when I fell, but I'm on my way up. Whoa. I know they wish I quit this shit, but I ain't never gonna give up. Never thought I'd get this lit. Never thought I'd get this lit. I know they wishing I would quit and I would stop this. I know they wishing they could fit me in the boxes. I know they wishing they could sit me in the coffin. I know they wishing that my writtens wasn't hot shit. I'm a gold, I know they wishing I was not this. I got my soul, I know they wishing I would chop this. Wishing on my downfall, but when's the only option? I'ma do the rap and I'll let y'all do the talking. I know they wish I wasn't sipping, I had no bitches. I know they wish I wasn't pipping all yo bitches. I know they wish that I was sitting in the low ditches. But now I'm coming for it, gon' get it, no limits. I know they wish I quit this shit, but I ain't never gonna give up, no. They never thought I'd get this lit when I fell, but I'm on my way up, whoa. I know they wish I quit this shit, but I ain't never gonna give up, no. Never thought I'd get this lit. Never thought I'd get this lit. Yeah. I know they wishing I would give up on this rap life. I know they wish my kids would say that I'm a bad guy. I know they wish that all my words were just a fat lie. I know they wish that all my memories were sad times. I know they wish that they could bum me, make me hurt more. I know they wish that I was ugly and just dirt poor. I know they wish I catch a bucky in the turf war. They're making waves, I'm a rider like a surfboard. I know they wishing all my efforts are just hopeless. I know they wishing that I'll never get my roses. I know they wish they never see me at the top, just tossing up the guap while I'm cooling in the rose whip. And better now they wish they never made a song, right? They see me winning and they think they got the wrong guy. But I'ma wish that all my haters have a long life, cause I'ma need you here, we're going for a long ride. I know they wish I quit this shit, but I ain't never gonna give up, no. They never thought I'd get this lit when I fell, but I'm on my way up, whoa. I know they wish I quit.
Welcome, everybody, to another UVC, the Ultimate Verbal Championship, number 4, okay? We got an exciting one for you guys here tonight. This should get extra messy for you guys, all right? Just how you guys like it out there in the chat. Our first, just so we so you guys have the idea of how UVC goes, if you haven't tuned in for one of these yet. With UVC, it's a 1-versus-1 multiple round debate. The first topic is a set topic. Tonight's set topic for round 1 is raising minimum wage. The halfway mark through, I will put a poll in the chat for you guys to vote for the next topic, and you'll have a choice of 3 different topics. You don't know until I put them up. I'm not going to tell you ahead of time. You also have some moves that you guys in the chat can do as well. Picture it like throwing a water bottle in over the cage. You know what I mean? You got the $2 name change. You have $10 for a 2-minute mute. Okay. But with the mute, there's also a 5-minute grace period. So that's the reason I've made the mute a little pricier, and I have to do this grace period because I don't want someone being muted for a whole round. It would be shitty, and each round is timed. You also have, oh, and by the way, all the super chats that are sent in will be read immediately by one of the debaters. I'll start with one, and then it goes back and forth between them. So if you guys even just want to add to the convo, you can do it this way as well. And the debaters will read it. 40 after the first round, you guys can pay 40 to force a topic switch. So you can either switch the topic to something of your choice, or you can let me pick. It's whatever you like. If you want to bypass, because at the end of each round, you guys will vote for the winners of each round, and it's the best out of 5 that takes it all. If it happens to be a tie, we do a bonus round, a 6th round, if we have a tie at the end. But if you guys tie the 6th round, then this will just be a tie match. So if you want to solo judge a round, you want to just bypass everyone in the chat being able to judge, and you want to solo judge one of the rounds yourself, it's 100 to do so. Okay. At the end of the round, or at the end of the match completely, the winner will receive a UVC title. Okay. They will be put on the main page, and the UVC page is one of the title holders. A new belt will be added into the league tonight because everyone's record is kept. All the belts are kept track of by yours truly. Okay. This is a new debate league that put together, and it's going to be good. You know, the more longer it goes on, it's going to be good. So I hope you guys are ready. Okay, I hope you guys are ready for this. I got the little intro, and then it will be round 1 immediately after the intro comes. So fighters, be ready. Raising minimum wage is the debate. Be ready to come out swinging. Okay, remember, chat, we got Wicked Wally versus Vigilante. I hope you're all ready for this. Let's get it going. Doesn't want to work? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another night of UVC. These are your fighters for the night. And without further ado, Bruce Buffer.
Now, this is the moment UFC fans watching around the world have been waiting for. Live, this is the main event of the evening. 5 rounds for the undisputed championship of the world. All right, gentlemen, we've been over the rules. Protect yourself at all times. Follow my instructions. We're going to keep this clean. Touch gloves now if you wish to. All right, let's do this.
Okay, so the obvious my position on the minimum wage is probably very obvious. No, we shouldn't raise it. Every time we try to raise it, it doesn't address anything that they claim it's going to help. And if anything, we should be abolishing the minimum wage because wages should be determined by the demand for workers and the supply of them for those positions.
Okay, so let's start with the history of the minimum wage. The minimum wage was established as part of the Fair Labor Standards Act under FDR in the wake of the Great Depression. So prior to the Fair Labor Standards Act, the working conditions were deplorable, to put it lightly. Workers were expected to work 12 to 14-hour shifts, 6 to 7 days a week, and highly physical labor jobs like factories, mines, etc. The only break that they would get is lunches. These rules and conditions were regardless of if you were a man or a child. Women and children were getting paid less than men. On top of this, women of color, people of color were being paid less in all three demographics of workers. The minimum wage was established to establish a baseline for how much workers were paid in general, regardless of which they were part of, whether it was a man, woman, or child, black, white, Mexican, no matter what race you were. On average, when it was established, the minimum wage prior to it, on average, white men were being paid about 45 cents an hour. Black men were being paid about 35 cents an hour. That's about $10 an hour, white men, and about $7.80 an hour. Days money. For simplicity's sake, for the rest of this, I'm going to use today's standards because I already did the math. Bread was about $2. A pound of beef was about $2.07. A new car averaged around $17,000. Toothpaste was about $7.80. And suddenly a house was about $91,000.
Now you're also talking about we're going back to gold standard prices at that point as well when we're predating FDR. Just so we're clear.
No, this was during FDR. This is during the Great Depression.
When we're talking about the cost of living prior to that, that would be before he moved us off the gold standard.
Hold on. Hold on.
All right, yeah, I was just gonna let you know, Vigilante, you're a little bit choppy. I thought it was my connection because yesterday I was having connection problems, so I just wanted to make sure with the chat, and the chat said you're a little choppy as well, just so you know. It might be a mic thing, but
is that better?
And the history of the history of the minimum wage, like, is where you're starting to build with this. It's all well and good, but you're also talking about a time where there was less industrialization in America. When we're going back to like the late 1800s, early 1900s, and we're talking about conditions of labor back then, as opposed to post 1950, a lot less industrialization. A lot of those jobs were going to be more demanding because the technology was brand new in a lot of those cases. And a lot of people didn't have any of those mechanical skills. So, of course, those jobs are going to pay less when people are coming into those jobs without any skills. When we're talking about should we be raising the minimum wage today, we absolutely should not. It's not going to impact the cost of living at all. If anything, it's going to drive the cost of living up higher because it's going to set a higher expectation as far as, your basic living expenses. It's going to tell people you can afford higher rent. It's going to tell companies you can afford a higher price of goods because you get at least this much, and they know that. So they can there's no incentive for them to lower prices when they have a baseline expectation of what everybody can make per hour, per week, per month.
There's the whole to get them.
Do you have your gain turned up a lot or something? Because like you also got a lot of feedback coming out of your mic as well.
Hold on. Might be. Yeah, it was. I see what it was. My dial on my mic gets hit sometimes, and it gets turned up. That's okay. That seems like what it was.
All right.
Is that better, chat?
Yeah, it sounds better. We don't hear that gain anymore. Yeah, that there was like a woo 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 woo.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Apologies. I don't notice that when it happens a lot of the time. Sorry. Wally, repeat the last thing that you said.
Yeah, so as far as today, why should we be raising the minimum wage? It's not going to solve any problems. If anything, it's just going to make things worse. It's only going to create more problems. It's only going to create new problems because you're going to set a higher expectation that people have more money to spend. So at that point, where is the incentive for anyone in the market as far as rent, utilities, general goods? Where is the incentive on any of them to bring their costs down when they have an expectation that you have X amount to use?
That expectation already gets set anytime wages are raised in general, whether the market does it or whether the government does it. So your argument is basically why should we ever raise wages, whether when inflation goes up in general? So your argument is literally wages should never go up. That's
no, my argument is that wages should be retarded. My argument is that wages should be determined by the supply of workers and the demand for them. I'm not saying wages should never go up, but they should be open to negotiation. The government should not be setting a minimum expectation because it doesn't ultimately help the worker. It takes negotiating power away from the worker.
First of all, it doesn't. I mean, and when you're talking about negotiating power of an individual worker, individual workers don't have negotiating power.
They don't have negotiating power right now because unless you're in a salaried position, if you're in an hourly wage position, there's a minimum already set for you. You're fighting a lot harder and you have to make a lot harder case to get anything more than that per state.
No, they don't have bargaining power because of at-will employment. Without the bargaining power of individuals due to at-will employment laws and the fact that at-will employment and right-to-work laws allow employers to just fire people outright at any time for no fucking reason, that means to your employer, you're basically fucking useless and you're just fucking...
That's why you should have skills that make you more valuable and you're able to negotiate a better position for yourself.
It doesn't matter.
Why would I fire someone for no reason who has valuable skills? Why?
Why would you pay?
That's like saying if there was no minimum wage, I would pay 5 cents an hour. Let's keep the numbers. I'm going to keep the numbers relatively small just for the sake of the argument. If there was no minimum wage tomorrow and I open a factory, why am I going to offer 5 cents an hour? I'm going to get flooded with the people who will accept 5 cents an hour, who will probably be very unskilled. If I offer above that, if I go to say I'm going to offer $30 an hour, I'm going to get to be very selective as the business owner, and I'm going to be able to say no. I'm saying no. I'm paying enough that I want the best and brightest people for these positions, and I'm going to get them, and I'm going to be vetting the people I'm paying that much money to a lot closer, rather than getting those people who are going to do the bare minimum amount for the bare minimum of pay, stand there, be drones, not develop any skills, and then be so surprised when they are let go because they're not valuable to the operation. They become interchangeable and replaceable.
And what you're talking about is great in theory, but that's not how it works in practice in history.
No, because a minimum wage does not even mean all businesses have the ability to pay it. Look at what's happening in California. They raise the minimum wage just for one particular sector, and places are closing because the profit margins in different business sectors can be razor thin compared to others, especially when you're talking about food service and when you're talking about grocery stores, because where's all your money tied up in? It's tied up in the food that has to sell. So it's the average, the average grocery store.
If things worked the way,
regardless of a McDonald's,
if things worked the way that you think they did, then turnover in every industry would be 0%.
explain how that would be, because I'm not saying there wouldn't be turnover. You would still be evaluating people's performances. People would still be let go. People would still decide, hey, I can try to negotiate better for myself in another place. But if you're able to if you have skills, if you're able to negotiate for yourself, and people and a company invests in you, yeah, why would you just decide to up and leave unless you have severe gripes with how you're being treated at that company?
Because you quite literally said you'd be picking the best, which means eventually.
Yes, because as the business owner,
which means eventually you'd get to the point that you have all of the best and brightest people in your company, and you never need to hire or fire anybody. But that's not realistic because that doesn't happen. That's not realistic because that doesn't happen, and we still have places that have massive amounts of turnover because that's not realistic.
If you're a company that has the money to if you're a company that has the money to spend and you're able to make that investment in what you're paying people to get the best and brightest employees, it absolutely is possible. If you're a startup business, that's not always possible. In fact, if you're a startup business, in many cases, a minimum wage to hire X amount of people at that number is not even possible. Just because the government sets a minimum doesn't mean every business has the ability to pay that for the number of staff they need.
Show me a business that has under 50% turnover rate.
Show you a business that has an under 50% turnover rate.
Yes.
Again, so we're talking about theory. I'm talking about how wages ought to be handled. I'm talking about how the economic theory ought to be practiced.
Yes, you're talking about.
You're asking me to prove an ought with the current landscape. That's ridiculous.
You're talking about economic theory, and the fact that and communism has literally showed, like the fact that the trials of communism has showed that economic theory is bullshit and doesn't fucking work. Theory.
Yes, communism as an economic theory. Well, communism as an economic theory has shown that if you practice it, you're more than likely to starve to death. That's the only thing it
communism proves. The trials of communism show when you try to put theory into practice, theory doesn't work in practice. Reality and theory are two different things.
Yes, but but when you have regulations in place that prevent the practice of that theory, how are you going to be able to prove if it works?
We've been at the point prior to this.
You cannot prove that. We've been at the point
prior to this where the regulations were not in place, and it proved that the shit that you're talking about doesn't fucking work because it's the reason we have the regulations in the fucking first place. You just want to regress back to the point where we have people on basically fucking wages working 12 hours a fucking day, 6 days a week in fucking horrendous conditions.
So you're going to say we're somehow going to go back to pre-industrialization, early industrialization? No, we're in a very different landscape now technologically than we were 100 years ago. There's far more opportunities for people to have skills. There's more technology and resources available for people to obtain skills and to have things about them that are valuable to companies, that are valuable to their employers. If you're not going to invest in learning skills that are valuable, of course, you're going to command a lower wage for yourself. You're going to command fewer opportunities for yourself because you have less market value as an employee.
Regardless of automation and technological improvements, there will still be, if we get rid of the regulations, it's still going to put people into more dangerous work environments because employers are not going to give a flying fuck about what protects people, and they're not going to put protections.
So you're assuming that if it weren't for government regulations today, every business owner would be actively trying to essentially get employees killed.
The fucking fire at the Amazon warehouse a couple of years ago fucking proves they already don't give a shit. Why the fuck do you think they wouldn't?
Okay, that's one instance from Amazon. That's not every employer. Every employer is not going to wake up every day, roll the dice, and see how many employees die just because there's no government regulation in place preventing them from apparently behaving like animals. You're acting like the government being in place on its own prevents so much, when obviously if you're trying to build a successful business, you're not just going to put your employees in danger if you're not doing a dangerous job. I mean,
let's look at what happens whenever these companies go and take the jobs that they want to pay people less and take them overseas. What ends up happening? They end up using child labor. They end up not putting any safety conditions. People massively.
Again, that's the history of industrialization. What does that have to do with minimum wage today? Please prove why we should be raising the minimum wage today, because a country that is in a lower phase of industrialization, again, fewer skilled people, fewer opportunities. You can build a factory there and they will take what you're willing to give them because there aren't other options available because of the economic status of that country. That's just reality of how business works. It's not, you can say that's not good, but compared to what? Is it better that you don't put that factory there at all, not introduce the technology to that country, and they stay out working fields all day? No, it's better to give them the opportunities for industrialization. That's what happened in America over 100 years ago. That's what happened in Europe before it was happening here. It's industrialization is an evolutionary process of technology. Not everybody has started at the same point, but the technology has to get there somehow by investment. But again, what does that have to do with why should we be raising the minimum wage today? Because states are raising it all the time, whether it's across the board or whether it's in different sectors, and it's not making a difference. I lived in Massachusetts for most of my life. They raise the minimum wage all the time. The cost of everything in Massachusetts has always been out of control. It's never been regulated by raising the minimum wage. It's never made a single person more comfortable.
Okay. So now, the reason we were talking about that was talking about your point of getting rid of the minimum wage. We want to go on, moving on to raising the minimum wage. So when the minimum wage was established, FDR set it at 5 cents an hour. In 38, then it was moved to 30. In 39, it was moved to 40 cents and 45. I'm bringing this up to establish that when FDR did it, when he was establishing the minimum wage, he understood that when you do things like this, when you're establishing it as a living wage, which is what he meant it as, you have to incrementally do it in order to not damage the economy. So, I mean, when FDR put in the minimum wage, was establishing it as a living wage. The minimum wage that we have now is not a living wage. That's why when people, like even in a lot of these states that in Massachusetts that you were talking about, like when they adjust it, like people still can't live off of it. We're talking about like the $10 an hour minimum wage that we have here is not a livable minimum wage. The minimum wages that we have in most states across the country, outside of like fucking California and in New York, I think, considering New York's prices, I don't even think theirs is livable. It's not really a livable minimum wage. But the problem is when we talk about switching things to a livable minimum wage, it's unfortunately something that has to be done incrementally over time. Otherwise, that's where your guys' concerns about yes, like the economy can be damaged and prices can go up or the economy can crash. That's when those actually become valid. But if you do it incrementally over time, like California is actually doing, that's when it doesn't really hurt as much.
It's not hurting California. Have you read the news for the past 2 months? It actually is. It's hurting California quite a bit. Because the thing is that in the fast food sector, it's hurting the state tremendously. Places are going out of business. People are cutting hours. Workers aren't reaping the benefit because of the higher cost that's being mandated to those business owners. And because this is the thing, and this is a similar problem with not just a federally mandated minimum wage, but it's the same problem. It's the same for a state mandated minimum wage or a union mandated minimum wage. Business owners do not eat the cost of those wages. Those wages will always blow back on the public in the form of what the end cost is to the consumer. They have to recoup those mandated costs.
Even if what you were saying is true, then the reason for that would be because of the way that the fast food industry is set up, where it's the franchising system, and the cost doesn't actually blow back on the large corporation like McDonald's or whatever. It blows back on the individual franchises, which are essentially small businesses. The way that the fast food industry is set up is actually kind of
funny. So if that's the case, because it's a franchise model in the case of a lot of those fast food companies, then okay, let's go with the fact that those are franchises. And why is the state unfairly punishing small business owners with their mandates? Doesn't sound like a very sound economic policy to me.
They're not small business owners. It's basically an MLM.
No, if you just called a franchise a small business, you just called franchisees a small business owner. So by that fact, it's not actually this isn't even California attacking big businesses. It's them attacking small business owners and punishing them for being franchisees unfairly compared to other companies.
The problem here is more so the way that McDonald's and them things up. It's not on California. What California is doing is the right thing. The problem here is
California did the right thing by raising wages to a point that it forced those businesses to let people go and to cut their hours to contain the cost of those wage increases. That's the right thing. That doesn't sound like it has a lot of benefit for the worker. We're just talking about one sector of industry in California. Where is the benefit for the worker who's getting their hours cut or who's been let go because the places have to eat those expenses?
Let's take McDonald's for example. McDonald's is a multi-billion-dollar business. If McDonald's
is a McDonald's franchise. If you're a franchisee, you are the one who is responsible for running the business. That's your investment, not theirs. You're partnered with them essentially for supply distribution and branding. That's essentially what you're partnered with them for.
And that's why I called it an MLM.
How would it be an MLM compared to a sales scheme? Because we've seen what MLMs actually look like. That's just basically, it's totally just built on a recruiting line that's all based on, hypothetical sales where there's no guarantee of income. When you're actually selling a service every day, when you're in the service industry, you're serving people food every day, you're actually making money as opposed to making 100 cold calls trying to generate sales. And the income is solely based on your own productivity at that point, and you're really not getting any support. But
It's an
again, you're
MLM
arguing
where
it.
people come to you.
If your argument is that we should still be trying to raise the minimum wage when we're already seeing that it just in one sector of California, people are getting let go. People are getting their hours cut because these companies have to contain the cost of a mandated wage. It doesn't sound like it's been a net benefit for a lot of those workers who are now getting either they're getting equal with their hours cut or they're getting less because they were put out the door. Doesn't sound like that's helped a lot of people. It sounds like it's been economically harmful for a lot of people.
I mean, I would have to see actual evidence that that's actually happening. I mean, I'm just going off
there is evidence of people getting economically hurt by this if you would have clicked on any news link about California for the past 2 months. And now they're not learning the lesson because they're even talking about wanting to raise those wages even higher. But again, how is that going to help with the cost of living? If anything, it's going to help inflate the cost of living because as I said, it's sending a message to the other people in the other providers in your life that you need to do business with. Because you need a place to live. You need electricity. You need water. You need to go to the store yourself and get your own goods and supplies for your daily life. All of those people are being told, you now have a guaranteed expectation of X amount. That doesn't incentivize them to lower their cost. It incentivizes them to either keep the cost where they are or raise those costs if possible, because the government is telling them by mandate that you can afford that much.
Here's an example.
If you make $10 an hour, $40 a week, so you make $1,600 every.
All right, Vigilante, since your name's in it, you'll be the first one to read.
Vigilante de Sorbe.
So $1,600 a month on a 4-week pay cycle. Okay. Now, if I'm renting apartments and I know that is the mandated minimum wage for people, I could set my rent at $800 a month. I could set my rent at $1,000 a month. The math shows me you can afford that. The math shows me that asking for 50 to 60% of that $1,600 a month that you're making is reasonable.
Then those people would be the ones crashing the economy, and that's with the 2008 housing crisis.
Because they're trying to make a return on their investments. Landlords did not cause the housing crisis. People getting mortgages, private people getting mortgages they couldn't afford because of banks were doing that, not apartment landlords. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac gave high-risk loans to people who were first-time home buyers who couldn't afford those properties. That's what was fucking up the housing market. Thank you.
Yes, that too, but landlords do fucking contribute to that as well.
Landlords were giving away subprime mortgage loans.
No,
because that's what drove the housing crisis in 2008 was subprime mortgage loans. Landlords are banks, apparently.
No, they're not banks.
Okay, so we can't lay the blame on landlords here. The blame for the housing crisis in 2008 was on subprime mortgage lenders. That's not your apartment landlord.
Holy shit. Dude, you fucking stand.
Okay, as someone who was in like junior high when the subprime housing mortgage was going on and wasn't even tapped into how the economy worked in 2008, let's not belabor the fact that it was the fault of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac giving out some prime mortgage loans. That was the primary driver, regardless of anything else. So landlords were
the fact that people we can move on from that. Fuck up for 2 fucking seconds, goddamn moron! Holy fucking shit!
The man who thinks that apartment landlords The man who thinks
The
that
fact that
apartment
people
landlords were
couldn't
driving the
rent
08
houses-
housing crisis just tried to call me a fucking moron. That's a good one.
The fact that people couldn't fucking rent houses and rent apartments and stuff fucking contributes to that too, fucking retard. Holy fucking shit.
Okay, even if you were to call it a contribution, was that the primary driver of that crisis? No, it was private home buyers getting high-risk loans that defaulted on them.
That's what I've been trying to say.
Pull in all the adjacent shit you want. It's still none of that is still going to be what primary responsibility for that crisis fell on.
Besides the point, what I was going to bring up before we got on this, on the fast food topic, In-N-Out Burger pays $20 an hour. In order to do that, they raised their prices 75 cents. They have no problem paying their workers $20, which is more than what.
Well, wouldn't In-N-Out Burger be an outlier then? Because In-N-Out Burger doesn't franchise. They're actually a completely private corporation.
No, In-N-Out Burger does franchise.
So it's either
the entire fast food industry franchises.
No, there's one where all their establishments are internally driven. They don't franchise outward. There are some chains that maintain privacy. It may not have been. I know at one point that was the case with Carl's Jr. It might still be. Same. If it's not In-N-Out Burger, then it would be Whataburger, one of the two. But in either case, you're appealing. But in either case, whether they franchise out or not, you're still clearly appealing to an outlier when most other companies have had to, because some of them have to raise prices by different amounts. Not every person is paying the same price to a supplier for their goods. They're paying different distribution costs. Not every fast food company's costs are going to be the same.
Find a fucking different distributor. First of all, find a fucking different distributor. That's easy. Second of all, a lot of these issues come down to the fact that the fucking owners and shit just don't want to take fucking less money.
Well, some of those companies that are bigger are going to have higher distribution costs, are they not? So really, finding a different distributor is probably going to have a very, very minimal effect on what they're actually paying out for that.
They're franchises.
If you need more distribution, you're going to pay more for distribution, are you not? Regardless of who your distributor is.
When you're an individual franchise, I mean, if you're a massive franchise, like you have fucking 12 stores, if you're paying for all of the fucking stores at once, yeah, sure, maybe. But then you also have multiple fucking stores that are fucking for all of the food.
But you're still paying higher costs up front because of the need. Again, it's just reality. The more distribution you need, the more you're going to pay up front.
Yeah, at that point you're also already going. It's not like you're starting up it's not like you've already got the restaurant, you're just keeping it going.
No. But again, that's dependent on the size of the company, which is again just illustrating why a mandated wage that applies to everyone is not effective, because companies function at different sizes. They have different needs. They have different expenses. It's to put a particular price tag on one aspect of the business and say this can universally apply to every business in every sector throughout the entire country, in every state, and there is no problem, is is not justifiable by any means, because it doesn't mean that every company has the means to pay that amount for the number of people they need. Some
This one's for you to read, Wally.
Wally to Soy Boy Destroyer. So again, a small business owner might need, X amount of people for whatever purpose it is, but with what they're having to front as far as supplies, anything else they need, I mean, you could come up with 100 different hypothetical businesses for this example. But they might be like, whoa, there's no way as a startup that I can get that if I need I can hire 5 people at $20 an hour. That's just not practical. And to be able to run the business for more than 8 hours a day.
Most startups aren't hiring like 5 people. They're hiring maybe 1 or 2. And that also depends on the industry. But at the point where they're hiring more than like 1 or 2 people, they usually have investors.
But is that company going to grow faster if they have, in some industries, would you not agree? If you're going to grow faster if you have 5 people versus 2?
I mean,
are you going to have more labor resources and potentially be able to do more and grow faster if you have 4 people at $10 an hour instead of 2 people at 20?
It depends on the industry, really. It really does. Because, like, with the top.
Okay, I run a cleaning business. I run a cleaning business now, Vigilante. Am I going to get more work done with 4 people or 2?
You're going to get more done with 4, obviously.
Okay, so I would be able to do more with 4 people at $10 an hour than I would at 2 people for 20.
Obviously.
Okay, so then I would be able to grow that company faster, probably expand my business, build up my reputation, be able to invest more back into building the business. And if I'm able to hire people at a wage that is more sensible for me to afford at the level that I'm at, than having the government restrict me by telling me I have to pay this much, so this is what I have to work with. So I actually am being told by the government, as from a resources standpoint, when it's impacting the number of people that you can hire, because it is ultimately the small businesses who are the people making this country fucking work, way more than any corporation is. It ultimately is built by the small business owners. So when you're impacting the amount of labor that they can hire, it is the government telling those people, do more with less. And anybody who has worked in a corporate environment knows being told to do more with less is one of the worst things you can be told, because you're just bracing yourself for pain at that point.
And this is why we need to put more of the corporate subsidies that we do towards small businesses instead of corporations. So when we're doing stuff like the minimum wage increases, small businesses can get over and actually be able to afford it.
But we've just proven, I just illustrated how a mandate is for wages is not realistic for every company. And in a lot of cases, it's actually very unreasonable, and it hurts building businesses.
It might hurt building businesses. It might hurt starting a business.
Okay, then you're gonna run out of businesses kind of quickly at that point if you're okay with doing it. If you're just gonna argue that, well, we can keep raising wages, we can keep mandating the cost of labor to the business owner up higher and higher, because, well, it might hurt small businesses. It might hurt people trying to build a business. Well, you're going to run out of small businesses, and you're going to run out of people trying to start businesses to hurt before long. If anything, what we should be doing is we should be removing more of these mandates and more of these regulations to make it harder for corporations to maintain monopolies and make it easier for small businesses to open and for small business owners to grow and compete in the workplace. Mandates and regulations hurt your small business owners way more than they ever do Amazon. And that's just reality.
The problem is looking at this from the business perspective, when the people who really drive the business are the workers. That's why we need things like wage. That's why we need things like unions.
No, the people who don't drive the businesses are the workers. The workers are going to sit there if you don't give them a place to work. They require people who have the capital to spend and the capital to invest in growing businesses. Organized labor without a place to perform labor doesn't do jack shit. It sits there.
Organized without workers. See how that goes.
Whether they're organized or not, there's this attitude that it's worker driven.
Go start a fucking business without workers, dumbass.
Well, the workers aren't going to.
You said the workers don't matter. Go start a business.
I said workers do nothing without a place for them to work. Workers need a business to work in. So if you are a worker.
Sure, workers need a place to work.
And not every worker has the financial resources. Not every worker has the financial resources to start their own business. That's why most workers are just going to stand there and do jack shit without a place to work in.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. The workers.
It doesn't matter.
The workers are the work. The workers are the ones that will produce the fucking capital for the fucking company.
The workers need people to come in with capital to invest in building businesses.
Has nothing. Without the worker, business has nothing.
A business doesn't start without somebody who has capital to invest and build the business on. And unless you put the business there, well, workers are just going to kind of stand around twiddling their thumbs, wondering what else there is that they can do with themselves, because there isn't a place on this parking lot yet for us to work in. Somebody has to actually come along and build the thing. Somebody has to provide the service that demands the labor. Without the demand for labor, labor does not exist.
That's why it's a cohabitating relationship. You can't have businesses without workers.
Well, it's clearly not a cohabitation relationship in your logic, because you literally just tried to say that nothing happens without the worker. So that doesn't sound very cohabitary to me.
Yes, because the perspective that you're looking at it from is just the fucking business's perspective. Like the workers don't fucking matter, you goddamn fucking moron.
When did I say the workers don't matter? I said the workers need a place to work.
Fucking time. This entire
I never said the worker doesn't matter. I said the work doesn't exist without someone building the business.
This entire fucking time, you've acted like the fucking wages don't matter. Like people fucking live off their fucking work doesn't fucking matter. Like, do you genuinely think people should have to work fucking more than 40 hours a week off their fucking wages?
I think plenty of people have had to work more than 40 hours a week, depending on the need of their kids and their families, and that's just reality.
It's fucking pathetic. You're a goddamn loser.
So anybody who's ever had to work overtime to feed their family, Vigilante's calling us fucking losers. You work 60 hours a week to feed your kids, you're a fucking loser. You just heard him.
You're a fucking loser for having that fucking mindset that people should have to do that.
I'm a fucking loser for having the mindset that if I need more money, I will get it to take care of my family. Okay.
No.
That sounds like a fucking loser. All right.
Shut the fuck up for a second. Because you have that mindset.
Because you're doing plenty of damage to yourself without me. Go ahead.
Because of that mindset that you should have to do that, you are a fucking loser. The workers should not have to work more than fucking 40 hours a week to fucking feed their families. The fucking businesses should be paying you enough that you work fucking 40 hours a week and be able to fucking feed your family, be able to fucking spend time with your fucking family. And
well, then it sounds like the government should be getting out of your way with all the regulations that are inflating the cost of living, doesn't it? Sounds like you should be telling the government to stop hurting you, not the company that's trying to give you something to pay those bills. It's how you're clearly it's government mandates impact the cost of everything. They inflate the cost of living. They've never helped it. You know what's getting
mandates don't get in the way of the economy.
They don't get in the government mandates don't get in the way of anything. You really don't think that government mandates have ever gotten in the way of anything?
I mean, they get in the way of fucked up shit. Obviously,
well, the government mandates that we give student loans out to people for college with no upper limit. That's increased the cost of living. That's inflated the cost of living, and it's from a government mandate.
That doesn't.
All right, this one is for Vigilante to read.
God damn it. I'm a silly soy boy. I'm a silly soy boy. Wallace ripping my weak soy boy parts points apart.
And you do realize that even if someone was being paid your hypothetical living wage, which is the biggest load of horseshit I have ever heard in my adult life, is this concept of a living wage, because nobody can ever actually figure out how to properly calculate that, because people have different costs of living depending on where you live and the size of your family. There's no way you can ever calculate a one-size-fits-all living wage that applies to everyone across the board. It's the same reason universal basic income can never work, because it's a one-size-fits-all attempt at a solution. Now,
no, there is
even
no
if I'm going to grant that there's a hypothetical living wage. I'm going to grant that we live in fantasy land for a minute, and that a living wage for every man in the world, every working man's got his living wage, whatever fucking number you want to say it is. Well, you know what? Unexpected things happen, Vigilante. Chaos fucking happens. Disasters in your family happen. You could have somebody in your family pass away unexpectedly. The life insurance doesn't pay out. Suddenly you got to come up with 20 grand to have a fucking funeral. Suddenly you have a spouse or a child who gets cancer, and you have expenses, and and what else? Well, but, oh wait, we can't cover everything, but I had a living wage. What is this? I need to work more. I guess I've got to work more than 40 hours a week to cover those expenses. I guess a living wage does a lousy job at calculating for chaos that people experience on a daily fucking basis. Because ultimately, this idea that you can mandate and control for all of this is rooted in this idea that somehow government is going to be the ultimate solution to chaotic events in people's lives, when really it's like, no, you need to get what you need to get to take care of your family, to make sure you're protecting yourselves, future-proofing your family as much as possible. And in a lot of cases, that is why people work extra hours. It's not because they couldn't go home and put their feet up after 40 or 50 hours a week. It's because they want to have that extra money cash on hand. What if you broke your foot tomorrow and you couldn't work and you don't have any kind of insurance benefit? Well, wouldn't it make more sense wouldn't you feel a lot better if you can open your bank account and go, well, thank God I've worked, an extra 10, 15 hours a week here and there when I've had the ability to, and when it's been available, because I got 3 months of my living expenses on hand till I can walk and go back to work. even if you had a hypothetical 40-hour-a-week living wage, you think people would still take overtime. People would still get more money if they had it, because it's just sensible for them to provide more for their family.
Choosing to take overtime because you want to, it's fine. There's no problem with doing
So a living wage wouldn't influence whether or not people work overtime. Okay, glad we got that covered. Higher minimum wages won't affect whether or not people work overtime. People would still choose to take it. Okay, I'm glad we're covering that none of this wage mandating is going to change how the working man in general behaves.
The difference is when people have to work fucking like 60 to 80 hours a week to live, there is a difference between people that are making less than $15 an hour now, the less than what the cost of living is, which is about $30,000 a year, which is about $15 an hour.
Well, I mean, even if you're working those extra hours, at least you're getting overtime. You're actually benefiting more than people who are on salary, because people on salary but people who are on salary are only getting paid a flat amount every week, whether they work 40 hours or 90. Whether they're kept in the office another 40 hours a week on top of 40, they're not getting paid overtime.
Not necessarily, because a lot of the people that are working 60 to 80 hours a week are working 2 jobs, not working 1.
But at least they're getting paid for 80 hours of work. Somebody on a salary is getting paid 40 hours of work for 80 hours of work.
Well, that's because of Trump, because Obama put in rules where salary people were getting paid for overtime, and Trump got rid of that.
Oh, you mean when Obama was, not helping the economy whatsoever for 8 years, and was the reason people elected Trump in the first place was to fix the economy. But giving people on salary overtime pay didn't help the economy? Oh, people on salary, I have a lot less sympathy for, because they've negotiated that position. That's how the system actually should work. When you are on, salaries are negotiated. You're not an hourly wage person. That's the nature of your compensation when you're under that structure. So yeah, what does it suck? And I know a few friends of mine who work salary management positions. They work way more than 40 or 50 hours a week for what they get. But that's what they negotiated. That's the deal they took coming in. They knew what they were signing up for. That's how the system is intended to work. They voted for it.
Unless going into a union or in a skilled job, you don't get to negotiate for what your pay is, dude. I don't know what you're fucking going into, but like,
so you're going to tell me if you have X amount of experience over other people, you've done a job for 10, 15 years, you're really good at it, you're looking to see what your other options are. So even if you're happily employed, you could still go interview at places, see what they're willing to offer you. And if that place is really interested in you because you're highly skilled, and they get to the point where you're like, okay, let's talk about numbers, and they come back with it, and you're like, no, I can't make that work. In fact, to come over here, I would need at least X amount. You can absolutely do that.
If it's not a skilled labor or a white collar job, no. If it's something like customer service or fucking like factory workers or anything like that are just like general labor jobs, no, you're not gonna be able to fucking just go over to a different company.
Well, not right now, because there's a minimum wage. Why does a company have incentive
not
to
in
offer
general
more than a minimum?
No, not
when
in
a
general,
minimum is set, why do I have any incentive to offer better unless I really want better people?
Because there are no unions in those jobs, there is no bargaining. because individual bargaining does not work. You do not have bargaining power as just an individual. There's no collective bargaining in those jobs. There's no negotiation in those jobs.
I mean, whether or not unions help people, which they really generally don't, is a completely separate conversation from minimum wage. But union mandated wages hurt just as much as a minimum wage does. Again, it's a mandate that gets passed on to the consumer in all of those fields. Companies don't eat the cost of union contracts. This is always what people think, because ultimately, you know, the business owner still has a motivation to make a profit, to make a return on investment for himself and for others. So mandated wages don't just get eaten by the business. They don't just soak up the bottom line. They get passed on. They try to recover them however they possibly can recover them. From a business standpoint, it just makes sense.
Prove it.
How can prove it?
Yeah.
Prove that companies don't eat the cost of union labor.
Yeah, prove it.
Okay, the most expensive grocery store chain in New England is Stop and Shop. They are more expensive than every non-union grocery store. They're the only union grocery store in New England, and they are more expensive than every other grocery store you could go to.
Okay.
There we go.
Where's your proof that that's because of the union, though? Because that could be different factors. That could be because of benefits that they have.
You just asked for an example where a union influences a company in its field that is more expensive, and I provided one. Every grocery store chain in New England is cheaper than Stop and Shop, and they are the only company with a union.
That doesn't mean shit.
You asked for an example. You specifically said prove that in a business sector union is more expensive. I provided one. That's what you asked.
You've got you've got Hannaford's and Wegmans that are more expensive as well. Area in my
they're not in every Hannaford and Wegman are not around as Wegman does not have a very large footprint in New England at all. There's within the past few years there were maybe a small handful of them in Massachusetts, because Market Basket and Stop and Shop have basically kept them well restrained within the state. Same with Hannaford. There's not as many Hannafords, and that depends on the state. But within Massachusetts, Stop and Shop is far more expensive than Market Basket, and they're one of the two largest in the state aside from Market Basket itself.
Star Market is
if Star Market barely exists anymore, and that's probably because of those prices that we're putting them out. Shaw's has gone largely out of business, if not completely gone at this point, because again, it's because of pricing. But as far as a company that does have a workers union that is more expensive than its competitors, Stop and Shop is more expensive than its competitors.
That's what I'm being told. So
okay, I could illustrate that to you in practice just by going across the state line and going to a Market Basket and a Stop and Shop with $50, and we'll see which place I walk out of with more of what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying that, and I have a friend that's literally from Massachusetts. So
yes, and I have a friend who works for Stop and Shop. So I can definitely beat you.
All right, listen, fighters to your corners. this is the end of round 1. Chat, you guys have a poll there. I hope to see at least 60 votes. Come on now. Okay, I'm going to put another minute on my little clock here and let you guys have another minute of voting. Let me get this. Okay. You guys got another minute of voting. Okay, another minute. Everyone put a vote on the poll. Okay. You guys, for the fighters in the back, the next topic that was voted on by chat: should we normalize one income households? So that is the next voted topic. So you guys know, and as you guys know how UVC goes, when we get the next round started, there'll be the little clip and we'll get right into it. Next round is a 30-minute round. Chat, don't forget, you guys in the chat, you have your moves that you can do. Also, you can now force topic switches. And look, we got 2, 1, and that is the end of the poll. Let me take a picture of it just in case anyone needs any proof after for anything. Okay. That is round. I got a fucking fly in here. Oh, I swear I was close to catching up. Anyways. So, guys, remember, the topic of the next round is: should we normalize one income households? Let me just write this into our... Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm on caps lock. Write this into our current topic tab here. All right, so the fighters are in the back. Okay, they got their coaches talking to them right now. So we are gonna take a little listen in before the next round starts. Okay. So I want everyone get ready for round 2. And I appreciate you all for being here, by the way. You guys are absolutely amazing. Yeah, I'm the Karate Kid. Next time I'll use the chopsticks. But, guys, let's take a listen in on the corner and get this next round started, shall we?
The fire comes. Are you ready for the fire? We're firemen. We are firemen. The heat doesn't bother us. We live in the heat. We train in the heat. It tells us that we're ready. We're at home. We're amongst the feet. Flames don't intimidate us. What do? We control the flame. We control them. We move the flame where we want to. And then we sing. Hey, look at me. This is where champions are made. You understand me? That's what the jabs are there for, to close the distance. Start with the backside. Start looking for your run, but start with the backside, then finish. Okay?
Right hand, okay? Still drop the right hand, okay?
You can't stand with you. He's got to keep. He's holding you there too long. When you give him his back, just come up, fight his hand, come outside like when you got it. That doesn't mean careless, but you got to pick up the pace. You're throwing one shot at a time, and she's just sitting there on the outside waiting to counter you.
In the championship of UFC 6. Let's get it on!
Yes, we absolutely should be normalizing one income households, because the expectation of a 2-income household hurts families in general. It hurts working class families more than anyone else, because that affects the cost of, because again, as I was just saying, the cost of living has the expectation of a multi-income household. Even when you have it where most single people are living with multiple roommates, well, that's a more than one income household. And the cost of living assumes that as well. So even if we were to normalize the one income household, well, first thing, we'd be able to completely dismantle the daycare industry, because children would be able to have the full-time care of at least one parent at all times. And even if you have no children, you benefit from the cost of living coming down due to normalizing the expectation of a one-income household over two. So this isn't even something that's necessarily geared towards, it does primarily help families, but everybody literally benefits if we were to do that. Whether you have children and you're married or not, you still benefit from the cost of living coming down because of normalizing the expectation of the income's household.
Yeah, so I mean, generally speaking, I agree that we should normalize single income households. I mean, I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing to have people working if they want to work, but it should be.
At no point am I putting a restriction on the number of incomes on a household. What I'm saying is we should be normalizing the expectation from a cost of living perspective that a household has one income, because that the primary benefits for that are, of course, geared towards parents with children. But at that point, when children are adults, there's no aspect of that saying, okay, well, now, the stay-at-home mom for, 20 years can't go, get a job because the kids are grown. She's got no grandkids yet, and she wants to do something with her free time now, and decides to go do some kind of job, like go into teaching or whatever, and that's perfectly fine. And then, you will have those people who will benefit because, well, they'll have even more money that it now exceeds the cost of living expectation.
Wow. I'm gonna, first off, sorry, I have to interrupt. Okay. So not only so you're gonna have to read this, Wally, and Teriak, I wanna let you get a free name change to Wally as well. I don't know. I think this was right when I went and grabbed my coffee, and this is why I missed it. So, Wally, go ahead and read this, and Teriak, you tell me what you want Wally's name to be. My bad on that miss, bro.
Vigilante to Vigilactate.
And
that one's clever. That's a good one. Teriak is sitting under the Wally pun learning tree. You can tell he's picking up a thing or two about a thing or two.
Teriak, you just can't see my hair because of the way my light is. It's like over, just like at an off angle. That's why I don't really take my hat off.
So where were we? Yeah, so I was saying the thing is that it has a universal benefit because, even people who might say it's like, well, I don't see why we need to normalize one income for families. Well, then it's going to bring the cost of living down. So then even a single person benefits from it.
Yeah, bringing the cost of living down, and I mean, people being able to live off of a single income would be a really good thing. That's, generally speaking, people myself want. We don't want people to have to live in the circumstances that most people are right now. I honestly didn't very much work into this topic because I had a feeling that we were going to agree on this one, because I figured that you would want single income households, and
yes, because it's just a logical extension that if I believe that in the case of families specifically, I believe the mother should be able to stay at home with the children, be the full-time caretaker for those children so that the children aren't being raised in the daycare system, aren't being indoctrinated by the public school system. Now, of course, under the current system, you will have a lot of fathers who will work more than who will work more hours to make that happen under the current system, if it's possible. Again, depends on the state, depends on where you live. It's more reasonable than it is in other areas, and that's just reality. But I think I think it would, but I think part of why that is difficult has nothing to do with specifically what a person is paid. Has nothing to do with it. It has everything to do with the fact that the general expectation has become over the past 70 years that that there is no, that the stay-at-home parent, the full-time parent is rare, and a 2-income household is the norm. And that's also raises the cost of living for families, absolutely, but it also raises the cost of living for everybody else. Single people feel this too. People who are not able to live by themselves because of the cost of living, because again, there's an assumption that there's an expectation and an assumption that at least one other person is living with you who works. That's why what do you see in a lot of areas? You see people who are renting apartments as groups of, 3 or 4 friends living together, just having to split expenses because of the expectation of that multi-income household. It's not just the real estate market in that area. It's the expectation of more than one income that drives up those costs.
Yeah, I mean,
and normalizing the income the thing is that normalizing the expectation of a 1-income household is something that can be done independent of any mandate, independent of any legislation. Hypothetically, you could say if the majority of 2-income households, if you took the overwhelming majority of 2-income households or multi-income households, so take the overwhelming majority of them, and all but one of those incomes opts out of their job tomorrow, the cost of living would have to go down because you just had a large number of people opt out of the workforce and go home. And now the majority of households are 1 income. Now that can happen absent any legislation, absent any...
Read that one for me, Vigilante.
Wally to Sober Sally.
I am not sober, and I'm a respectable Irishman.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of echo on your end, or at least there was a couple times.
I don't know, my thing likes to be picky sometimes. Sometimes if I adjust it a little bit, then it changes. I don't know what happens. I don't even have my air conditioning running right now.
I'm going to be honest.
Like 60 degrees here.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Like, we're a little too nice on this one. I think somebody should probably change the topic.
But you would agree that is something that would arguably be more effective because it could hypothetically be done absent any government intervention, absent any regulation or mandate. Hypothetically speaking, the majority of people could opt into doing it tomorrow.
I mean, doing it, yeah, they could opt into doing it tomorrow, but that would also crash the economy most likely. So
you would have that impact of where all of a sudden the massive reduction of the workforce you would have to have the adjustment where the cost of living comes down across the board out of necessity because of the mass number that would have exited the workforce. Now you can also do this over time. We can get people there to this over time through messaging and through, educating people, selling people the position that, hey, this would be a really good thing for all families to do. We can certainly do that. But on the other side, hypothetically, it would also happen if everybody just decided to do it tomorrow.
Doing it tomorrow would do exactly what you're talking about. However, doing it tomorrow, the problem is it would have devastation.
Yeah, you would have the immediate impact of the whole contraction of everything to deal with immediately But that would be essentially a short-term problem toward the long-term solution.
I don't know if it would be a short-term problem because it would cause a lot of businesses to end up closing. It would at least cause a recession, if not a depression.
You would have labor shortages in some sectors, but we're already dealing with labor shortages in a lot of sectors. We've been dealing with them in sectors for 4 years now in many cases. So
you would make the supposed labor shortages 10 times worse, basically crashing.
But if we're already having, but then by that point you could say, well, wouldn't this be a more sensible time to do it instead of when everything is way overstaffed? If we're already below capacity in some sectors, then a lower percentage of people leaving would ultimately be less bad. It would be less negative. It would become more of a short-term problem than a long-term one than if we were at pre-2020 numbers.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I would be okay with doing it that way, mostly because doing it that way also would incentivize the companies to turn around and pay people more because they would need to bring more workers in. But they would kind of be like, "Oh fuck, we have to bring more people in, so we're going to have to pay people more."
Look at where the origin of the two-income household even comes from. The two-income household basically comes from women who stayed in the workforce post World War II in overwhelming numbers. After all of the men came back from war and were able to re-enter the workforce. It was intended to be, the mobilization in the US was intended to be a short-term solution to a short-term problem. Instead, it's become a short-term solution that's given us a long-term problem.
Women started before World War II. It started around 1919-ish.
But it was an escalation at that point as far as the long-term impact by the numbers. This was also where you start seeing the cost of college going up exponentially year over year, decade over decade, starting in the 60s because of the increase in the student loan problem. So these are two of the main factors that have driven up the cost of living and driven up debt, when really it was the cost of living would have to go down if we went back to the presumption of the one income household being the standard, regardless of the economic bracket, regardless of what people are making. It would have a net benefit outcome for everybody.
No, I mean, I don't disagree. I disagree with some of the things you said, like the college loans impacting the cost of living. It does impact debt, but it doesn't impact the cost. It doesn't impact the cost of living in the way that you think.
It doesn't impact the cost of living when you're paying more debt?
Well, sorry. It impacts the cost of living, obviously, because you're paying on it, but there's a lot of issues. But
look, if I was told I had to make a triforce of problems that have made the cost of living worse for the majority of people over the past 100 years, normalizing the two-income household would be one of them. Facilitating college debt with no upper limit, that has impacted the cost of college and therefore created more and more debt. The more loans the government's willing to underwrite with no upper limit is the second one. Yeah, and the third one would have been moving off the gold standard. I don't think we should have ever done that either. So this is
Wally, that one's for you to read.
Wally, he only needs enough wedges for his bug sandwiches. I'm assuming that meant wages. Okay, I think I was having a reading. I was trying to add that up in my head for a second. I've been drinking.
the way that
But just
college
sticking on
livings
the,
is
but just
a
sticking
problem,
on, we're
but we'll
sticking
get to
on the
that later,
household
hopefully.
thing.
Yeah, I'll say the way that those work is we'll hopefully get to that later. So,
Well, I look at it as a hydra. There's 3 heads flailing in different directions that all do damage in the same direction, or in the
yeah,
same general vicinity, which would be the cost of living. So if we can normalize one income households in society, that if we can go back to that, it's going to have a vastly superior outcome for everyone.
yeah, no, I having one income households will be a good thing. Like one of my big things is like I think people should be able to like it should be more normalized for people to be able to actually live their lives. Like people should be able to. I mean, obviously, people need to work. Like people need to contribute to society, but people should actually also have time to live their life. And unfortunately, the
Well,
way
at
that our
that point,
society
what
works,
we're acknowledging that at that point, one of the most valuable contributions a woman who has children could be making is being focused on raising those children, and normalizing the one income household is a benefit towards that and a respect of that. This is by no means necessarily saying, oh, we're going to abolish all women from the workforce, even though many people could argue why that's not necessarily a bad idea, especially if you go profession by profession. You can find many such cases where it wouldn't be a bad idea. But even a single woman who is working as a teacher, nurse, whatever, accounting, whatever else, if you want to trust some women with your accounting, in any of those cases, like a woman with no children who's living by herself still benefits from one income households being normalized just as a single man would benefit from it. It has the normalizing one income household doesn't just help families. It ultimately helps everybody across the board, and it makes it easier for those people to save money to start families.
yeah, I mean, we really agree on this topic. So
I was really hoping you would have come at me with like an angry feminist, Wally just wants to put women back in the kitchen argument. I could have had a lot of fun with it.
No,
It's too late in the game to try to work this now for the crowd, unfortunately.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, I'm feminist adjacent, but I'm not a feminist. I have actually lost friends recently because of the fact that I have directly said that I don't support feminism. Whenever
okay, so I want you to
for you to read Vigilante.
Vigilante.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to make a little bit of what we got left in this an intervention. You're saying you're feminist adjacent, but you're not a feminist. So we're gonna take what's left of you that's adjacent to feminism away from feminism. I want you to start giving these arguments to feminists, because eventually you're going to get disowned by all of them. They're going to turn their backs on you, and you're going to come on over to the winning team and make some new friends. Nothing is going to get you away from feminism far faster than trying to sell this argument to feminists.
Selling single households to feminists?
Yes, because they will tell you, Vigilante, you just want all of us back in the kitchen.
You say that, but you
will get absolutely attacked by feminists for trying to give this to them, because they will take it as an attack on all of them instead of something helpful to families and kids.
You say that, but the funny thing is, my chat is pretty left-leaning and mostly feminist adjacent, agreeing with us.
Well, again, feminist adjacent doesn't mean you're some of the screaming feminists that go on whatever who practice witchcraft. That's very different. So if you want to be completely disowned by feminism in and of itself, give this argument to them and see how fast a feminist.
This one's for you to read, Wally.
Name change Wally to Actionism.
Look, the people that were like those kinds of feminists that I was friends with, which the funny thing is, I was actually his fucking head admin, and his ass, well, fuck it, I'll just say who it was because Easy knows who it is. It was not Eli Monty. You probably know who that is. You easy debate him.
I do not know who that is. I've never heard that name before till now. Sounds like it's a rock worth living under. Maybe I should stay under it.
I was setting up the debate on my buddy Lethe Water Kai stream with Easy, Glenn, and me.
Okay, I remember that debate.
Yeah, I was setting up that debate. Eli was supposed to be on the feminist side, and first of all, he was mad that Easy was on there. Second of all, he ended up getting even more mad because of the questions, and then he ended up fucking leaving because of the questions. And then I had to find a last minute replacement. And then I ended up getting unmodded, and yeah. So that was how I ended up getting my bridges burned with those kind of feminists because of just participating in these spaces like Easy's.
See, this was a topic that when I made this suggestion on this topic, this was one of those things where it's called you're trying to gauge the temperature of the room. I wanted to see how close you still were to feminism on this, to see how much we had to drain it out of your head and get you away from that bullshit. Because there is hope for everyone. There is hope.
And this topic has not been a debate at all. And chat's even fucking pointed out.
I will happily take the free pass to expound my view upon this and articulate it as a universal solution to everybody's income problems. So if you're already, pulling away from the feminism, I think we just got to get some more red meat in your diet. Maybe get you smoking some cigars. This
one's for Vigilante to read.
Anti-Sandwich Maker Club NC for Vig.
I like the vaping too myself, but I do get the packs of real cigars on occasion that I like to enjoy during verbal combat. But we just gotta get you further away from this feminist adjacent nonsense, because I'm not even sure what feminist adjacent is even supposed to mean. It sounds like a whole lot of fence straddling on feminism to me.
It kind of. I support gender equality, but I also think the red pill does. Like the ideas of the red pill, where it's like the ideas of like trying to actually help men and stuff, are good in theory, and like especially the MRAs and stuff are good. Or actually, the MRAs are fine for the most part. Like I think that kind of stuff is. I just don't think people like, at least what the content that they make for people like Andrew Tate and Sneeko are necessarily good people.
So you're talking about that whole imaginary equality. You're still going for the imaginary equality there.
Not necessarily. I'm talking about legal equality. I think we need to achieve legal equality. Like, so when
we don't have legal equality already. In fact, there's a lot of areas where, you look at family court. There certainly isn't legal equality, but it's in the direction of against men.
No, that exactly. That's actually one of the reasons why I don't consider myself a feminist anymore, is because because I've realized that the feminist movement has become more of a, or it seems to have become more of a woman's movement than it is actually pushing for gender equality. Like, they don't actually give a shit about issues like the bias towards women in family, or the bias towards women whenever it comes to accusations of rape or abuse and
Now
stuff
it
like
gets
that.
even
It's,
well. Honestly, it gets even worse if you put the time into researching this, as I have, because of the vested interest I've had in dealing with the system in the past for myself. Now, the
I
number
have a vested interest. Have to go through it.
condolences. Condolences.
Why do you think Why do you think this bottle's almost empty?
Condolences. If there was a family court specific bar exam, I could probably pass it.
Oh, it's not for the family court.
Oh, I'm talking about dealing with family court. So on family court, I could, if there was a bar specific exam, family court exam, I could pass it probably just on family law. But I will tell you, so since we're on this topic, I will tie this together where if you've done the research on family court as I have, you know what the number one thing the court hates to hear when you're in family court, Vigilante? So this would be interesting. This would be an interesting conversation in some of these feminist adjacent circles. The number one thing a family court judge hates to hear is that a man is gonna pay his child support to the mother directly. The family court wants you put on child support because they want to handle it. Because they want to take a cut for the state out of those child support payments. The money that the state takes from facilitating those child support payments goes right back into the family court system that funds the free legal help and lawyer assistance that women get in family court. So men who do not pay a mother directly and let the state come in and take it are actually acting against their own interests and the interests of all men in their state, because they are helping to prop up the system that allows mothers to take advantage of the dad in family court by getting unlimited legal aid from the state.
Yeah, and I mean, we're just talking about men's issues right now. Like there's still certain issues where women aren't necessarily equal, but there's a lot of issues where men definitely aren't equal as well. And the problem is, like, nobody ever wants to talk about the issues where
trying to work towards perfect egalitarianism is an impossibility anyway. That's why I primarily that's why I primarily support normalizing the one income household, because it is because allowing for every family to be able to have the ability for a full-time parent is something that is important and should be respected and acknowledged and enshrined within our society. And the two-income family, ultimately keeping both parents out of the household as much as possible, is what's contributed more than any government regulation to taking the nuclear family and destroying it in modern society. And however we can get the majority.
All right, fighters, to your corners. That is the end of round 2. Okay, that is the end of round 2. I am going to put another minute on the timer for you guys in the chat. Get your votes on the poll. Okay, you got another minute on the timer. Okay, I want you all to get your votes in, because you guys can't see it. There it is. I want you guys to all be participating in who votes or who wins these rounds, or if it's a tie, because there's that option too. Again, I want to say thank you all for coming. It's been a good matchup so far. For the fighters in the back, the next voted topic by the chat was, is abortion murder? So this is the next topic you both need to prepare for. This will be another 1 hour round. So this is the topic you guys need to prepare for. Chat, remember, you guys can also change the topic. For 40, you guys can change the topic. So if this is what if you guys want a different topic of your choice, or you just want me to choose the different topic, don't forget you can do this. So the round 3 topic, guys, just so everyone is clear, will be, is abortion murder? Again, I want to say thank you to everybody who has come and participated in the chat so far. You guys are all absolutely amazing. Also, shout out to both Wicked Wally and Vigilante here, both coming in and putting their blood, sweat, and tears up in this bish. You know what I mean? Over here on the UVC, the new 1v1 and 2v2 debate league, like nothing else. Okay? Tell your friends about it. If you haven't yet, you should have. Okay? I want you all to be ready here. So, is abortion murder? This is the next topic, and I want everyone to be prepared. We're going to take a little listen in here quickly on the fighters' corners. See what the judge or the coaches, are telling them, and then we're gonna get right in to round 3. Again, this is another 1 hour round. Shout out to everyone. Let's listen in. Let's listen in on the corners, guys.
If you don't want to fight no more, I swear to God, I will have to say stop the fight if you don't want to fight. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? You want to say that? Like, you understand that? Look, if you don't want to fight, then you figure out stop right now. Anything you feel, he's feeling the same for worse. You're just not digging. You hear me? And you can't talk about all the things you talk about if you don't perform. Now get back. Look, what the fuck up? Look up. You want that or you want the belt? Let the shots go. You got a big man. You got to punch. You got to let punches go. Oh, he's going to run to survive. That's why we needed to get him out of there. Your volume of punches is too low. You're not punching. And it's not like you're tagging. You just got to let your punches go, man. Fucking get it flat on him now.
In the championship of UFC 6.
Let's get it on.
Yes, abortion is murder.
Prior to 20 to 24 weeks, no, it's not.
No, life begins at conception. You have the DNA profile is formed at conception. It's acknowledged by biologists that life begins at conception, and nothing else but life can happen at conception. Conception is not guaranteed depending on when you have sex during any given time of the month. But when conception occurs, nothing else can happen. You may have heard this argument from me before, Vigilante. You may have seen me give it on Verbal Combat or seen me give it in the chat, but I'll give it again because it's a really good argument. If life does not begin at conception, I would love to know what else does. Because when conception occurs, when a man and a woman love each other very much and sperm meets egg, you don't have, it doesn't break down that, oh, if a single baby is being conceived, you have 70% odds baby, 30% odds, man knocks on your door and tells you you've won a free toaster. Now, when you're trying to conceive twins, those odds are actually 80% twins, 20% deep fryer. Or, triplets, you have 90% chance to conceive triplets, 10% chance to get a new grill master. No, the only thing that happens when sperm meets egg is that you create human life, and that is where life begins.
So whether or not life begins at consent, like prior to 20 to 24 weeks, abortion is not murder. So when we are talking about a person,
if that is human life, then it is murder if life began at conception.
When we are talking about a person, we are talking about something that has the capacity to deploy consciousness, either conscious experience.
I'm not even accepting blanket consciousness. I'm saying life begins absolutely at conception. It is a human life. It is murder to end that life by the premeditated decision of going to an abortion clinic and having that life ended.
So is pulling the plug if somebody is in a coma, is that murder?
You don't know if that person could come out of it. You don't know that.
So we should just leave people in comas on life support indefinitely?
You can't prove they won't come out of it.
Wally, that one's for you to read.
Change Wally to axolitionist of family court. Fucking based.
So you just want to, just because you believe that there's a chance that somebody may eventually come out of coma, you just want to leave them on life support.
If you cannot prove that someone may or may not come out of a coma, then we need to acknowledge that life is valuable. That life is not less valuable than another person's life.
Okay, who's going to pay for that? Who's going to pay to just leave them in a coma?
Who's going to pay for them to leave them in a coma?
Yeah, I mean, who's going to pay to just leave them?
Well, there's all sorts of. Well, if someone is unable to pay those medical expenses, there's always medical assistance available from a state, and that has. And again, let's get back to, just as how the state will provide health benefits for women below a certain income threshold to have everything covered for a pregnancy. They have no need to abort it. They can give the child up for adoption. They don't have to go to Planned Parenthood and kill it.
So what if somebody is brain dead and in a coma? Because brain dead is a thing. Do you want to just in a coma? Because they're never going to come out of a coma.
What if that person still could? Again, you cannot prove that the person won't. So that human life should still be respected. What if that changes tomorrow and you can't prove it?
They are brain dead. We can prove they're brain dead via MRIs. Brain dead people cannot come out of a coma that has been.
Well, a brain dead person the brain dead person has still gotten an opportunity to live a portion of their life, which is what the human baby deserves to.
They don't. They have no brain function.
So a brain dead person. So you're talking about an adult, I'm assuming, correct?
Yes.
Brain dead person. Okay, well, a brain dead adult has lived a portion of their life already, which is what the baby deserves to be able to have the opportunity to do, is to live their life.
This is the actual comparison, though. A brain dead person.
But you're comparing
has
an adult who is brain dead, who has had the opportunity to leave the womb, continue to grow, develop, and live a life, to a human being that has not had the opportunity to leave the womb yet. It's ultimately really not a fair comparison, because it's a more nuanced decision at that point, because ultimately all human life is equal. But we're talking specifically about abortion. Is the act of abortion murder? And by all legal criteria, it is.
Are a seed and a tree the same thing?
A seed is a part of the development of a tree, but a seed needs a tree to have existed.
But are they the same thing? Because by your logic,
They are a
seed
stage of
is a tree.
development. They are the stage. A seed is the stage of development in a tree. It's ultimately the seed is the tree, just in a different stage of development. Is in the same way that, you know, what many will dehumanize as a clump of cells is a human, just at a different stage of development. It's ultimately all still human. So I also reject the use of any terms like that, because that's ultimately just used by people to make the position more comfortable, because they want to say I'm eliminating a clump of cells when really they're eliminating a human being.
It's proving it, because it's a valid comparison, because when we're talking about this, you're basically what a fetus is essentially the seed.
Human.
It's a fetus.
Human.
It doesn't have consciousness yet. It's
a human.
It doesn't
Life
have consciousness
begins at conception.
yet.
It's a human. Don't try to soften the language scientifically to make it more comfortable. Say you want to kill a human.
It doesn't have consciousness yet.
Okay, if the people, and this is what gets me, is that the people who are who don't believe that abortion is murder until a certain point, and I was making this point. I was making this point yesterday when Easy was having this debate with people. I said if it's so easy to just use a clump of cells or a fetus to make your argument more comfortable, then hold on. I got some people being loud out there. Maybe I don't know if you could hear them.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can hear something talking.
Let me see if I can adjust my audio here. Give me a second.
You good?
Got a guy out there on the front steps screaming because nobody will let him in the apartment. But anyway, so it's like, this is the problem I have with the logic of, well, we're going to use dehumanizing language to make what we're advocating for more comfortable. So you want to say fetus when it's still a human, it's a baby human. That would be like somebody saying, well, I wasn't essaying her, Your Honor. I was aggressively snuggling. If you're okay with dehumanizing language for a human being, then you should be okay with dehumanizing language for SA.
And that's wild that's where your brain jumped to.
But it's the same thing. It's dehumanizing language to make the position more comfortable. People want to say clump of cells or fetus to soften the blow of murdering a human being. Why can't somebody who essays another person say, oh no, it wasn't an assault, it was an aggressive snuggle? Well, why can somebody kill a human being? Why can you kill a human being in the womb, use softening language to justify it, but not be okay with that being an applied defense to something else that's also morally reprehensible to do?
I'm just pausing because I just saw what chat did. So. Okay, he's not paying attention.
Glad for...
He's not paying attention.
No, I just went and put my coffee to get started, but looks like we have a topic switch here. Okay, should we allow assisted self-deletion? Sorry, I can't do another abortion chat right now. We all know it's murder. Thank you, King, for the dono. And guys, we have a topic switch. Should we allow assisted suicide?
Should we pause to plug Thursday's debate so that we're all gonna be all gassed out on the abortion topic by the end of next week? I think for a bit.
Don't worry, we'll plug it after. Go ahead. You guys
Okay.
are on time limit.
Should we allow
Okay.
assisted self-deletion?
Yeah, I support medically assisted self-deletion. I don't necessarily think we should have self-deletion booths like they have in Futurama. But when somebody's suffering, and there's like no prospect for them to recover, like late stage of cancer, severe cognitive decline, severe pain, etc., I see no reason allowing to make the decision to self-delete is an issue.
Should we allow it? A diagnosis can always be wrong, and ultimately, even if you have someone with a terminal diagnosis, it's not going to do anything that's not in no way going to ease the suffering of the people they're leaving behind. I believe every human life has equal value. If we want it to be able, if I want every
This one's for Vigilante to read.
Just a couple of coins for gas money.
Let's go.
Again, we don't, technically speaking, we already have it illegal that if you get caught trying to self-delete and you fail, you can actually be charged with a crime. We do consider it a crime to do so, so I don't see why we should relax that standard and encourage a lower respect for life, because it's ultimately no different than abortion. If you can end a life before it leaves the womb out of convenience, then why should you be, if you should not be able to do that, then why should you be able to end your life prematurely out of convenience? I'm trying really hard with the terms for this on YouTube, and while also trying to not sound foolish articulating it.
Yeah, no, so I'm trying really hard as well. But I'm also in the affirmative position, so I've got to try harder than you do. So here's the thing. When we're talking stuff like this, the people who have these issues they're in places that actually have medically assisted self-deletion, like Canada, for example. It has to be confirmed, like severely confirmed, in order for it to actually be allowed. Like, it's got to be confirmed multiple times. It's not just like, oh, it's confirmed now. You're able to go to the doctor and be self-deleted. That's not how that works. It's got to be confirmed multiple times. It's got to be
So even if there's a stringent approval process in places where it is allowed, how can you be okay with someone being able to, in these particular instances, they can self-delete because the government has the authority to essentially give its blessing that they are doing it? I don't believe that is the place of a government to be able to give you approval to.
This one is for Wally to read.
It should not be TOS to call it Youth in Asia.
Based.
Because I actually understand what it's like.
There's a wrestling tag team called that, by the way. Shout out to Evan for reminding me of that. Getting my noggin jogging.
The reason I support this position is because I actually understand what it's like to have a terminal illness. And the one that I have myself is one that's really uncurable. I have something called spina bifida, which means I'm going to be, if you don't know what that is, it's my spinal cord is tethered to my, it's a birth defect. My spinal cord is tethered to my spine by a little ball of fat. I could be paralyzed if I get hit in the wrong place. I'm in pain 24/7. It pulls, it causes my spinal cord to be pulled down on my neck and stuff, which has caused me to have a compressed disc in my neck. So
This one's for Vigilante.
Vigilante to Jack
Kevorkian. Kevorkian. He was the famous assisted self-deletion doctor. Again, before your time. I got about 11 years on you, so it's may not be topical humor to you as it is to some of us.
Oh wait, I got it. God damn it! I know who that is. I've heard of him.
There was actually a reference to him in the original Rugrats series where the family was sitting through Stu Pickles' home movies, and the father-in-law goes, "Hello, Dr. Kevorkian." The Russian father-in-law, Boris from Rugrats. I remember that from when I was young. I'm like, the fuck is, I remember I was like 10 years old. I'm like, who the fuck is Dr. Kevorkian? And then I learned who he was. I was like, oh, fuck.
I know I calmed down a little bit for this topic because I actually take this one a little bit more serious. It's because I actually understand what it's like to have the debilitating illness like this. And I understand why people would actually want to do this.
I can see why you would empathize with it, but hypothetically, like, what if you decided tomorrow to petition the government to be able to do something about it, and the government has, for whatever mind-numbing fucking reason, been given the authority that it can somehow legally bless someone's decision to do this, which they should not have the authority to be able to do. And the next day, somebody discovers a cure. Would it not have been better for you to decide, hey, you know what? I'm going to continue living my life to the fullest extent I possibly can until it naturally ends, than to jump out early when you can't predict external factors. Someone may have a terminal condition that gives them that has basically all but put the toe tag on them and given them an expiration date. And there could be a cure tomorrow because we can't predict the future. And suddenly you're not incurably living to die. Suddenly you're incurably alive.
But also shouldn't prevent people from choosing to end their own suffering. We need to get the government out of this decision, not prosecute from helping them. Why should we?
Okay,
why should
you're breaking up through a lot of that, so I'm going to need you to rewind like 20 seconds to when you start.
They also shouldn't have the authority to prevent people from choosing to end their own suffering. We need to get the government out of this decision, and that means not prosecuting doctors who help them. Why should the government be preventing people from making their own medical decisions?
Well, ending your life is not a medical decision. That's essentially just opting out early. It's
When
suffering in any, and I'm not saying I don't empathize with the condition you're in any more than I would say I don't empathize with the condition that other people are in. I had a grandmother who had dementia, and I had to watch her be the person I never knew, become someone completely different for like the last 3 years of I had her in my life. I had to watch her become a shell of a human being. But, she would have never told me, Walter, just take the pillow and put me out of my misery. Help me here. She would have never said that. You live, because I believe life begins at conception, you should be able to live your life to whatever the, natural conclusion of it is. So when you end it on a whim, you are ending the potential for it to ever get better. Again, if I could have, somebody would have told me, you could take her somewhere. Well, they'll allow her to say, put me out of my misery. But at the same time, well, what if they cured dementia tomorrow? They didn't do it, but they could have. They could have found anything could have happened that would have kept her, that would have restored her to full health in those 3 years. And to leave early, you're robbing yourself of that opportunity. You're robbing yourself of that potential. I don't want to see anyone, I certainly wouldn't have wanted to see somebody I personally cared about, self-delete early any more than I would want to see somebody I just, casually am acquainted with, or somebody I may even just not like the person. I don't want to see them do it either, regardless of the state they're in, because I believe all human life has equal value. It shouldn't be up to them to decide, hey, I'm going to end it early, any more than it should be up to me to decide, hey, you know what? You're just suffering too much. I'm going to put you out of your misery. Or it should be the government's decision to say, hey, we're going to give our ethical blessing on this, that you can do it in this particular instance. No, the respect for life from any kind of legal and moral standpoint should always be firm.
While I understand your position, what this does in reality is it allows people to go out on their own. It's not necessarily preventing life from ending on its natural course. These are people who are going to end up dying anyways, unfortunately. Yeah, sure, there's the off chance that a cure could be found of the next day. Fuck, we could find immortality. We could find immortality tomorrow. We never fucking know. But unfortunately, we don't know these things. It gives people the power to end their suffering on their own terms. And yeah, unfortunately, that does hurt the people around them in some cases. In a lot of cases,
suffering is inherently part of the human condition. If you're going to say that somebody, because of a particular condition, if you are going to say that somebody who has a particular medical condition should be able to go to the government and petition for an ethical blessing to self-delete at their whim.
They don't need to go to the government. They don't need to go to the government. They just need to go to their doctor.
You're asking a doctor to make an ethical blessing, a recommendation to the government, because this is what. But these are the examples where you're giving me is like you need you need some kind of authorization. There's a standard in any case, whether it's a doctor or a government is irrelevant to me ultimately, because it's a matter of, we have a standard where you need an ethical blessing given to you by a scientific or political authority who's telling you it's okay, correct?
there is a standard where there's rules that it has to be proven through testing that it's done, that it's necessary. There's
What if someone's chronically depressed for over a year, just doesn't want to get out of bed every day, doesn't want to function, doesn't want to go to work, doesn't want to do anything, doesn't want to get in the shower, doesn't want to clean their room, doesn't want to clean their house, doesn't want to go outside, doesn't want to go out in the store. They're just chronically depressed, can't cope with their life by any conceivable measure. Should those people be given an ethical blessing to just stop?
That's not chronic. That's just a year.
No. But it's happening to them every day. Is that not chronic? You're going to say a mental illness or a state of being for someone can't be as chronic as a physically debilitating illness. Anxiety can be chronic. Depression can be chronic. Postpartum depression in women can be chronic for a period of time. We don't give them an ethical blessing to end their life on a whim.
Yes, these things can be chronic, and they can be debilitating. You're right, but they're not.
Why not them? Why not them? Why not them too? Why aren't we letting the 22-year-old who, for whatever reason, cannot cope with daily life 24/7, 365? Why aren't we regarding them with the same, that they are chronically debilitated, to the same standard as someone with a physical illness? Because mentally and emotionally, they will probably tell you they are suffering as much as you, but on different levels than to physical suffering. But we don't tell those people to do this. We don't give them an ethical permission to do this. In fact, we put so much messaging and advertising by the millions and millions of dollars, and we are on social media saying this is the absolute thing these people should not be doing. We tell the people with chronic depression, chronic anxiety, postpartum depression, PTSD, don't do it because your life can get better. But we'll tell the dementia person, give up. That makes no fucking sense. We should be respecting. They will tell you it's as debilitating as a physical illness to them because they don't want to get out of bed. Why should we be? But yet we really care about keeping them alive. We really don't want them to self-delete. I don't want people in your condition or any other condition where they are physically suffering to self-delete either, because I think your life is equally valuable to the person with depression.
It's about probability of recovery. Depression is actually curable. Most people like that, in all likelihood, haven't gone to.
How is depression? You cannot guarantee that depression is curable because some people switch antidepressants. They get on this endless roller coaster of different medication that never fixes the problem. They go to different counseling that never fixes the problem. They'll try all these other different things that never seem to fix the problem. Sometimes you have to, go through this process, and suffering is inherent when you're going through a lot of different aspects of the human condition. Like, you can't say arbitrarily that depression is uniformly curable when for some people it just isn't. Some people are always going to be anxious. Some people are always going to be depressed. Some people are always going to be mentally or emotionally broken to some extent unless they actually turn to God and actually find a solution within themselves from God, and they pray about it and they work on healing. But I digress. In the case of a physical illness, you could say there's no cure, but it doesn't mean there won't be tomorrow. There could be a cure for dementia discovered tomorrow. There could be a cure for your condition discovered tomorrow. There could be a cure for cancer discovered tomorrow.
People alive, yes, is a good thing. But for them to live is completely different. That is
What?
Unethical.
Okay, so if I try to...
One here is for Wally to read.
I have severe PTSD, so I can self-delete or fight. Fight, brother. Don't give up. Your life is valuable just like anyone else's. You want to comment on that? You want to tell him what he should do, Vigilante?
Hey, I mean, it's a mental health issue. I would say you should fight.
Health. That's the operative word. Mental. You can't, if you're going to say it's a mental health issue, I would say for a lot of people, I think depression, anxieties can also just as much be spiritual issues. They can be an issue with someone's spiritual health, not mental health. It's different, but
go see therapy.
It's a difference in worldviews and perspective on there. So I'm not going to muddy the waters by turning this completely into a religious debate. I'm just saying that logically, the operative word there is health. Health, whether it's physical in someone else's case or mental in another person's case, can always improve. There can always be a solution. You never know when that solution is going to come if it's not currently available now. Why cheat yourself out of the opportunity of that future? You're going to tell me that if you, as I went back at the original of this, when I was posing you the hypothetical on it, and I said, okay, what if tomorrow you decided, I'm done, I can't deal with this anymore, I want to do it now. And then the day after, there was a cure announced. Now, what if you didn't decide that tomorrow, and the next day, the cure comes out? You wouldn't be falling on your knees grateful that you didn't call it quits, toss your cards down a day early? I think you would be grateful you didn't do that.
I mean, I would be grateful, but I probably wouldn't be able to fucking afford it because that'd be transhumanism.
You're moving the goalpost there on that. I'm just saying, you don't think there's tomorrow, you don't think there's going to be a cure. I'm cashing in my chips. I'm folding my hand. Here's my cards dealer. Take me to the back, settle my debts. The next day, well,
the only cure to
you would have been dealt a winning hand the next day, but you decided to quit early.
The only cure to my condition is literally transhumanism, which Elon Musk is working on, but it's not going to happen anytime soon.
Look, I get it. You want to be RoboCop. A lot of kids my age in the 90s wanted to be RoboCop too. But if they hypothetically made a magical shot that they said, hey, Vigilante, we're going to jam this motherfucker in your spinal cord just like a cortisone injection. But the difference is this isn't just going to numb some pain. This is going to fix you, brother. If that came out in 2 days, wouldn't you be falling to your knees grateful that you didn't check out the day before like you originally considered? Because even if it takes you a year from now to save the money to afford that, it's an end game you didn't have 2 days before. So just forget the, well, if I could afford it argument, because again, you can have a diagnosis that's going to stay with you for the rest of your life. That doesn't mean you have a particular toe tag. But even again, you know what?
See, because again, it depends on the risks.
Well, I'm fucking diabetic. I'm living with this too for the rest of my fucking life, man. You can see the fucking sensor on my arm, bro. So again, but if they came out with a cure for fucking type 2 diabetes tomorrow, and it costs me 20 grand, well, type 2 diabetes isn't going to kill me tomorrow. It's not going to kill me in a year. It's not going to even kill me in 2 years. I can save the 20 grand to get rid of it if the cure came out tomorrow. I don't have a toe tag filled out on my feet that says I'm going to die on August 9th, 2024, the day after they discover the cure for type 2 diabetes. I don't have that.
Yeah, so I mean, in my case, like what the example that you were talking about, it would do completely on like the risks. So because like there is like a circuit do right now that could technically get like remove the or possibly remove the ball of fat. But it comes with the risk.
I want to also address Bolo Bear in the chat. I know, bro. I haven't taken insulin in over 3 years. They diagnosed me in August 2020. I've actually been insulin free 6 months since I was diagnosed. So I'm doing a lot better than most people. Glory to God. But but again, it's like right now, nobody would tell me, Wally, there's a cure for type 2 diabetes. Take this and you're good. That doesn't happen. But again, it's like, what if I was somebody who struggled and didn't have... I'm tying this back easy. I see you in the chat, too.
Motherfucker.
It ties into my point. Because I don't know. I always make the point when I talk about my own condition that it's like, yeah, I've been insulin free for over 3 years. But if I was not as fortunate as I am in that department, and I decided, like, because I went to school with someone back when I was in high school. I knew a girl who had type 2 diabetes, or maybe she had type 1 because of her age. But she was always in the nurse's office in tears, like having to prick her fingers because of how much it hurt her in particular, like doing all the blood testing and shit, like crying her eyes out every day. More often than not, I would see her in there in the nurse's station. And like when you see that, it's like, yeah, you really empathize with that person, but you would never tell them that's something that, you know, is worth self-deleting over.
Okay, so
like, I could never imagine, even when I was struggling, like in the early days of my diagnosis, I could never imagine getting to that point of like, you know, it's a pain in the ass to have to wake up, stick a little needle in my finger, drain some blood, and do this 4 times a day, and then stick these needles in my gut 4 times a day, take these meds, you know, even I get some like medication trays. I got to sort all these pills and all these supplements, you know, for like once a week. This is really draining on me. Like, at no point in this process have I decided I'd rather be dead.
okay, so let's say there's somebody with stage 4 cancer. They've already gone through all the treatments. They haven't been able to. It's just progressively gotten worse. And chemo, the pills, all that stuff hasn't been able to touch it. It's nothing that the doctors have been able to do has helped. It's basically determined that they're going to die. So, in your opinion,
you're still going to go
it's
out
more
clutching,
ethical.
You're still going to go out clutching your chest, shitting yourself as you die, and your family members crying. You don't make anything more dignified or more pleasant.
So it's more dignified, in your opinion, to go out in pain than to go out on your terms. Wally, NC, Wally to Wally Beats.
Wally beat us.
Wallabies.
Wallabies. It interrupted my train of thought. Sorry.
I think you're going to suffer when you die, no matter when you die. I think, again, suffering is inherently a part of the human condition. You're going to inflict suffering on your family regardless of when you die. The people who love you are going to suffer when you die regardless of when you die. The whole idea that we are eliminating the whole idea that we are in any way eliminating suffering. Now, you could say maybe you just want your pain to be over sooner, but we're not going to eliminate suffering. You're going to suffer regardless of when you die. Your family is going to suffer regardless of when you die.
Yeah, there's going to be suffering on your family's part and stuff, regardless of when you die. But it's more ethical for us to end their life on their own terms and let them end their own suffering than to drag out their life.
You can say that, but I don't think
unless they want to, and unless that person wants to drag out their life and live out the rest of their life in pain, which some people do. Some people do want to try to fight it out. That is a thing. It's more ethical to let the person end their life and go out on their terms and end their suffering.
This one here is the Wally 3.
Does the word assisted make it more moral? Well, this goes back to when we were discussing abortion. Assisted doesn't make it more moral. It makes it more fucking comfortable to say. That's all it fucking does.
No, the word assisted because again,
just to be clear, I think even the question, just maybe I'm wrong, but I took that question more as like they're asking if you're okay with assisted, is it more moral? Like, is it less moral to just do it? Like, should they be able to just, like, you're saying someone has stage 4 and they get assisted, like, are you also okay with them not like having the medical assistance, them kind of just doing it by their own means? I think this is the question. I may be wrong, but that's the way I took this. Like, does the word assisted, as in, like, does the fact that it's assisted make it more moral? I think that was the question.
I mean, if we're talking about in the sense of, are you laying in a bed and a doctor, helps put an IV in you, as opposed to you're allowed to run up the hospital to the staircase to the roof and jump off? No, I don't think it's any more moral. It's just used to make it more. It's just used to make the practice more comfortable. If anything, it's under, like, I would say that similar to someone performing an abortion, a doctor who is going to hook an IV in you that's going to help you self-delete at a time and place of your choosing is party to a murder.
It makes it more ethical. There's a difference between morals and ethics.
We can give you plenty of stuff to manage your pain. It's completely different than pain management is completely different from deciding to just check out on a whim. I would prefer someone be pumped up full of morphine for the last 3 days of their life than, on the off chance that an unexpected recovery or something else might happen externally that changes the game for that person taking place, than to just let them out 3 days early.
There are plenty of forms of pain that cannot be medicated. That's not viable. And when we're talking these types of pain, it's not just like the last 3 days of their life. We're talking about like the last 6 months to fucking like 3, 4, 5 years.
People die of third-degree burns. There's no way to make them comfortable in the moment if you're burning alive in a fire. Like, sometimes pain management is just not practical. But when it is practical, I absolutely advocate for that. That's completely different from allowing someone on a whim to end their own life.
there's a difference between pain management and ethically allowing people to end their own life because they are suffering. It's allowing people
But if
to
it's all
end
about
their
preventing
suffering.
suffering, then wouldn't it be ethical for me to go over to your house and decide, like, hey, vigilante, there's no way out of this for you, man. I'm just going to put you out of your misery. I've just decided it's better for you that I end your suffering unilaterally. I've decided it's a better outcome for you. It's a better outcome for your family. It's a better outcome for society if I just put the pillow over your face in Minecraft, by golly.
The difference is consent. Do you know what that is?
You cannot consent to someone to the end of a human life.
You can't. You're saying you can't consent to ending your own life.
No, it's immoral. So it's like you can jump off a roof on your own, but that doesn't make it morally correct, no matter how much consent you pile on.
So you're saying
we don't want people with depression.
No, hold on, shut the fuck up.
You don't want people with anxiety and PTSD and post-traumatic and postpartum depression to consent.
You're saying
you don't care about their consent. We don't care about their consent.
You don't care. You're saying you can't consent to something that's immoral?
You could, but that doesn't mean you ought to. You can do a lot of things, but in some cases we don't even give a shit about the consent. You know, somebody with depression, anxiety, PTSD, postpartum depression, they want to self-delete all the time. We don't care about their consent. We advocate that is absolutely what they should not be doing. We advocate to save those lives. We should advocate to save people with terminal illnesses, keep them alive until they are naturally intended to pass, because their lives are just as valuable as the people in a bad state of mind. They should be treated equally, but we shouldn't have an uneven standard where we care about the consent of the person who has stage 4 cancer, but we don't care about the consent of the person with depression.
Saying we don't care about consent statement, buddy.
It's an uneven application. Someone with depression who jumps off a roof is consenting, but we don't care about it. We tell them they absolutely shouldn't be doing that. But yet when someone has stage 4 cancer, suddenly we care about their consent to end their own life? No. I don't believe we should do that. We should evenly apply the standard. Is all life valuable, or do some lives matter more than others?
I love how you backtrack.
Some decisions matter more than others.
I love how you backtrack there, because you were originally saying you can't consent.
Does the state some people are in matter more than others?
You're gish galloping you out.
Because either all life is equally valuable or it's not. That you cannot,
you're
draw a line.
You're gish galloping because you're ready to get called out. You're fighting.
What is there to get called out? Either all life is equally valuable or it's not.
You backtracked and you're being inconsistent.
No, either all life is valuable or it's not. I don't believe a person with depression should be able to consent to self-delete any more than a person with stage 4 cancer should be able to consent. Because
but you originally said you can't consent. And then you backtracked and said you don't care about the consent.
Are you in a state of mind to consent when you're in chronic pain? When you're in some level of suffering, that level of suffering, whether you have depression or stage 4 cancer, is inhibiting your ability to consent.
Okay.
It's influencing it. You are making a decision unfairly impacted by whatever state of suffering, whatever state of mind, body, emotion that you are in.
Does that mean you can't have sex with anybody that has depression or is in any sort of state of suffering because they can't consent?
Okay, consenting to sex is different than consenting to self-delete.
No,
Plenty of
you just said they're not in the
people
state.
have lots
You
of sex.
just said they're not in the state of mind to consent. You just said they're not in mind to consent. That means they're not in the state of mind
We're
to
talking
consent.
about consent to self-delete. We're talking about consent to self-delete being influenced by the level of pain someone is in. Don't try to muddy the waters here with something that's completely irrelevant. Depressed people probably want to consent to as much sex as possible because they think it makes them feel better. You know how many depressed people have a lot of sex? I know several. I've known several. They have a lot of sex because they think it's easing the pain.
Okay,
Some
but
of the biggest whores, men and women, that I have ever known have chronic depression, anxiety, PTSD, and they think that the sexual comfort of another human being is what's easing the pain. So when they have the opportunity to engage in as much sex as possible, they absolutely fucking consent to it and they jump all over it. Some of the women with the highest body counts you could imagine, they have as much sex as possible because they think it's making them feel better. It's numbing, it's pain management for a person with depression, just as morphine is for a person with cancer.
Okay, so
now I don't advocate that that's how people manage the states of mind that they're in, but you're completely. Again, consent to sex versus consent to self-delete are two completely different ballparks.
To whom is life valuable?
What was that? You're doing. I'm not even being sarcastic. I'm not even trying to do a bit. You're just breaking up.
You're good. To whom is life valuable? The individual?
In a general moral and ethical sense, every human life is equally valuable.
But to whom is it valuable? Who's it valuable to?
To
the
whom?
Individual? Yeah, who's it valuable? The
yes,
individual?
every person should have the same moral and ethical value for the life of another human being as a baseline. I find whether you are someone I like, don't like, am ambivalent towards, your life to me is equally valuable. I don't hope that anyone who is, an enemy of mine or who is mean to me or has slighted me in some way encounters some sort of grisly death. Because even if I do not personally like the person, I would not wish death and suffering upon them.
So then their decision to end their own life, it's not a moral choice. The moral is when you stop somebody from making that choice for themselves.
No, all human life should be equal. You should live your life to its intended endpoint. Random things happen all the time. You could walk out of your house tomorrow and be hit by a bus, and your life has reached its intended endpoint because chaotic events happen. But nobody came into your house and decided to put you out of your misery today saying it's for your own good. You didn't decide to go get an IV hooked in your arm and say, I'm done today. But, there's always tomorrow. But, just happens by chaotic events, tomorrow could also be you meet the business end of a bus.
Who intends the endpoint?
The intended endpoint is whenever it's naturally reached. Again, you, by pure bad luck, could walk out of your house tomorrow, end up on the business end of a city bus, and people will look and go like, wow, that guy had bad luck today. People will look at that and be like, shit happens. Now, again, it doesn't, again, there is, when you are talking about someone who wants to voluntarily self-delete, you again, like as we both agree and we've well established, you have a, there is going to be suffering no matter how no matter how someone ends their life. Generally, your friends and family are going to suffer by your passing. It's, deciding that it's that, you do not, that deciding when it happens and when somebody else's suffering starts, or, is just as, would be equally as selfish by your logic. Is it not selfish to decide, hey, is it not, would it not be selfish for you to decide, hey, I'm deciding you can check out now?
No,
you can all start suffering now. Is that not selfish to tell people when they are going to suffer over your passing? It's selfish. It's essentially you are taking emotional command of other people instead of just living out your life to its natural extension. You can,
You're asking a question, but you're just gish galloping before I can.
Go ahead and answer it then.
No, it's not selfish. You're going to die anyways. But so why is it more to let the randomness of the universe to let somebody's end? When I would argue it's more immoral or forced to end a life of suffering than for somebody to end their life the way that they want to.
Ultimately, you would then, by that logic, ultimately, either way, it's a selfish decision, is it not? It's
and this one here is for Vigilante
when they're going to suffer.
Jack, is there a degree of suffering to which a person becomes eligible for assist delete? If so, by what standard is that measured? Just self-reporting. I mean, by my own personal standard, I would say, for the most part, chronic debilitating illnesses like cancer, Alzheimer's, dementia, they are irrecoverable from.
So you've mentioned, you're only mentioning things that are irrecoverable of in the moment. Emphasis on in the moment. There could be a cure developed for this stuff at any time, and you cannot predict the future for that. You're like, where is there a universal standard for an acceptable threshold of suffering under which you would allow someone to self-delete? And if you're going to say, oh, this level of physical suffering is a threshold for an acceptable standard, well, what about this threshold of mental suffering, emotional suffering? Hell, what about a threshold for economic suffering? Should the poor people be able to self-delete because they're suffering? It's suffering.
Not a universal threshold, no.
It's suffering. It could always improve, but it's suffering. So why can't they do it too?
When we're talking about mental suffering, there is a standard in certain places.
All right, fighters to your corners. Okay, fighters to the corners. Fighters to the corners. Listen, chat, you guys got a 1 minute on the timer to vote for who is your winner. Oh, shit. Let me put the fucking timer here. Jeez. Okay. You got 1 minute on the timer here, starting now. Okay. 1 minute on the timer. Everybody get your votes in for the winner of round 3. Okay. That was a great match. Okay. I think that might have been my favorite round of UVC so far. Like out of all of them, it probably was my favorite round so far, to be honest. I was saying this to the chat as well earlier. Everyone, make sure you get your votes in, okay? I want to see as many votes as people out there. Come on now. Okay? You don't got much time left to vote. Okay? Get your votes in. You guys have voted on the next topic, and the next topic you guys have voted for is should college be free? So make sure you guys know this is your next topic. In the back there, fighters, I want you to make sure you heard me. Okay? The next topic that you guys will be doing is should college be free? Okay? This is another topic that we know they definitely disagree on. Okay, we are going into round 4 here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. This will be a 30-minute round. The 4th round, 30-minute round, and then 5th is another hour. So this one, 30 minutes, guys. Remember, if you guys want to force a topic switch, this is 40. If you want to be a solo judge of a round, this is 100. If you want to mute, this is 10. This will be a 2-minute mute, and we have to do a 5-minute grace period in between the muting. Okay. Also, if you want to all the super chats as well will be read by the debaters back and forth one by one. Like whoever read the last one will read, or the other person will read the next one. And that was all of them, right? Yes, that's all the attacks there for you guys. Also, I just want to say thank you all for joining again. Thank you all. It's been an amazing night with all of you and the fighters. Okay, shout out to all of you. Make sure you guys go sub up. The mods have been sharing every now and then both Vigilante and Wally's channel. So make sure you're going to sub up to them as well. They come out and put their blood, sweat, and tears in this. Okay, they come out here and compete. Show them some love. All right. So next topic, once again, should college be free? All right, 30-minute round. Let's take a little listen in on the corners and get round 4 started.
Now get back. Look, wake the fuck up. Look up. You want that or you want the belt?
Let the shots go. You got a big man. You gotta punch. You got to let punches go. Oh, he's gonna run to survive. That's why we needed to get him out of there.
The fight is coming. Are you ready for the fight? We're firemen. We are firemen. The heat doesn't bother us. We live in the heat. We train in the heat. It tells us that we're ready. We're at home. We're ready to come up to compete. Flames don't intimidate us. What do? We control the flame. We control them. We move the flame when we want to. And then we sing. Hey, look at me. This is where champions remain. You understand me?
You can't stand with you. You gotta keep holding you there too long.
Now he's tired. I get
when you get in his back, just come up, fight his hands, come outside like when you got.
In the championship of UFC 6.
Let's get it on!
All right, Mr. Free College, let's hear the case.
Okay, so free college
right now.
So free college is investing in the future of our country. College tuition is around $30,000 a year on average, which is pretty much nothing compared to what college graduates actually contribute to the economy. On average, people with a college, or on average, people with a high school education or GED cost the government around $211,000 over their lifetime, and pay $230,000 in taxes, contributing up to $26K, whereas someone with a bachelor's degree on average costs the government $130K over the lifetime and contributes about taxes, contributing about $381K. College would be a $30K investment, which would bring that contribution down to $350K on average. But significantly more people would be able to get degrees, which would have a higher rate of contribution. On top of this, a Georgia study in 2020 showed that each college graduate would increase GDP by 12. So, I mean, how can we see this as anything but an investment into the future of our country?
So, you know, my point about the, the government guaranteeing student loans with no upper limit. Just take out all the student debt that you want and the government is going to guarantee it. Why do we need free college when we could just bring the cost of college down to a very affordable level by no longer guaranteeing unlimited student debt? Colleges raise their cost year over year because they know the government will guarantee it. The government is giving them the money up front for all this debt. If we eliminate that, the colleges would have to rein in cost over fucking night. And college would become more and more affordable for people of all income levels. We don't even need practice it and then tell me that it's not true or not, because it absolutely would have to be what happens if the government is no longer guaranteeing money up front when people take out all this debt.
What would happen is it would end up just going to private institutions. Banks would end up directing the student loans instead, and
banks would set a limit.
This one's for Wally.
Wally name change Kevin Owens Jr. I know that's what he meant. He wrote Owens, but I know he meant Owens. The Kevin Owens jokes never get old, and I fucking love them. But again, we're talking about, yes, you can take out private student loans right now, but the majority of what's being financed to these colleges is coming from the fact that the government lets you take out as much government subsidized debt as you fucking want to go to college. So colleges are essentially
this one's for Vigilante.
Wally, show us that sexy mullet again.
It's not a mullet, it's a Viking cut, Evan.
Wait, do you both have fucking cuts?
What?
I grow it all. Viking cuts?
I have the sides shaved, but I don't have a different length between like the front and the back. I don't grow the back out longer.
I have a full ass ponytail.
Yeah, you have a ponytail. Okay, that's quite different.
I have the full ass Viking cut with the
you know
ponytail.
Who else have ponytails? Girls.
Yeah, but it is a fucking Viking hairstyle, and you know it.
It's the side shave that makes it a Viking cut, not the ponytail.
If I were to braid it into Viking style, it'd be different. I'm just too lazy.
Mullet is short up front, long in the back. So, I mean, before somebody actually pays the $40 to turn this into a hairstyle debate,
this is
fucking college.
Yeah, off topic. But by subsidizing it at a subsidizing college at a set amount, this would achieve the same goal that you're talking about, regardless.
No, but it would. But again, why then at that point, why do I need to be paying for other people's college education if we remove government subsidies and force the colleges to bring the costs down, therefore making college tuition more affordable for everyone across the board?
Should we not
It
invest in
shouldn't
the
be my
economy?
responsibility to pay for little Susie to go get her major in women's studies and her minor in African American studies.
I mean, I already explained why in getting a bachelor's degree is an investment in the economy.
And you're presuming that everybody goes into some kind of valuable into some kind of valuable training. And that's not what happens.
Whether or not they go into a valuable training, people with a bachelor's degree will get hired on to more positions that pay more money, which means they can end up contributing more to society. There is literally a study that I can link in the back chat if you fucking want me to, because I have it linked in my notes.
Let's go into some specifics here. Do you know how many game design jobs you can get with a bachelor's in game design?
Depends on
if you had to guess, like let's just guess. Like if you had to guess, like I go to like Sony's Santa Monica studio, the people that make God of War, show them I got a bachelor's in game design.
Yeah.
Do you think they give a shit? Do you think they even give a shit that I got a bachelor's in game design?
It depends.
No, they're gonna ask what certifications in software that I have, which you can act. Did you know how many certifications in development software you can walk out of a college with a bachelor's in game design? How many certifications can you walk out of? Can you get a bachelor's degree in game design and walk out of college with? How many certifications do you think you can walk out of a college with?
I don't know game design. I know
Zero.
cybersecurity, and I know
you do not need any certifications in game development software to get a bachelor's in game design. So you can walk out of college with a bachelor's in game design and be useless to any prospective employers.
Wally, that one's for you.
Vigilante name change. Let's go, Brandon. Nice.
Yeah. So here's the thing: you're looking at this wrong. Because
okay, so again, why do I care if
when
somebody
you go?
No.
When you go into a field, like
that one's for Vigilante to read.
Semantics aside, your Viking mullet is hot.
Oh, thank you, Vigilante. I appreciate the compliment.
So when we talk about
a flying fuck as a game developer if somebody has a piece of paper saying to me they got a bachelor's in game design, but they can't even prove to me that they can competently operate Unreal Engine or Unity Engine even or Cry Engine? If they have nothing, if they're not certified to operate the software my company uses.
When we talk about tech training like this in colleges, I would know because I'm going to school for cybersecurity. They directly train you for certificates. So like cybersecurity, they have a class directly meant to train you to take the Sec Plus certification.
Okay, and I know people who went to college for game design who walked out of there with zero certificates. And you know what's funny is those are the people who are saying that college should be free because they feel like they got ripped off.
You don't have to do the certifications. However, if you don't do the certifications, obviously you have less of a chance of getting a job, but they actually do train you to the certifications. It's on you to take the responsibility and get the certifications.
Again, you're saying that specifically for cybersecurity, you are taking courses at an institution that provides certification in specific software. Okay. So I know people who have. So here's the thing. Let me finish. So I know people who went to college over the past 10 years. I have met multiple people who went to college for game design, walked out of college with zero certifications, complete inability to get any job in the gaming industry. And those people are the people who think that college should be free. It isn't because they think there would have been a higher standard where they would have been given those certifications. No, they want college to be free because they made a bad decision and feel like they got ripped off.
That's a skill issue.
Nobody is saying it's never. I'm never hearing people say I should need free college.
That's a skill. That's a skill. That's a skill issue on their part because they were trained in order to get the certification.
Nobody who has a skill, who has a valuable skill, is saying college should be free.
They were trained in certifications, but they were too fucking lazy to get the certifications. That doesn't mean that college shouldn't be free.
That one's for Wally to read.
Name change vigilante to oh shit, the debate was tonight.
That doesn't mean that college shouldn't be free. Just because some people that go to college are fucking stupid and too lazy to actually do the effort to get jobs that they want.
You're missing my point, is that the only people that since you're doing a lot of appeal to your personal experience, I'm appealing to my personal experience too. And the only people I have ever heard advocate
You started appeal to the personal experience.
Well, no, I was making a general point. You can walk out of any college program in game design and have 0 certifications and 0 capability to get a fucking job. Now, on a personal level, the only people I have ever heard advocate for college to be free, regardless of what major they went into, are the people who made a bad decision, feel like they got ripped off, and feel like they should now no longer have to have all that debt and have to pay it back because they made a bad decision. They feel the government should institute free college to somehow legally ameliorate their status in life. You know, people who went to law school, people who went to medical school are never out there in America advocating that college should be free.
That's funny. That's funny because their relatively recent polling here has shown that roughly 50% of Americans think college should be free. So maybe you should probably get more friends.
Well, then a lot of people are probably going into majors that don't give them practical skills. So those people are probably all your art majors, your women's studies majors, your African studies majors, your art therapy majors, your philosophy majors who don't then go into teaching.
Really? I have a cybersecurity major that's literally in my chat that thinks college should be free. I have another person I could message right now that would chat if I wanted them to that thinks college should be free, and that person's a fucking conservative. So there are plenty of people out there that think college should be free. Don't branch out on your friends.
Well, I mean, you can argue that whether you're not going to argue that, oh, well, college should be free. Well, then why should I have to pay for people who then have the free choice to pick an awful fucking useless major that gives no benefit to me or society in general whatsoever? My neighbor should not be able to send her kids to college to pick up women's studies on my dime. Society is not going to benefit from that whatsoever. Unless we expand women's studies to include culinary skills, then maybe society would benefit from women's studies. But right now it doesn't, if it's just teaching women the history of fucking Margaret Sanger and the women's liberation movement.
Also, if college degrees are supposedly so useless in game design, 80% of game designers have college degrees.
Yeah, but not how many of them have certifications when they graduate. You can have a degree in game design. It doesn't mean you have certifications to operate specific software that is business relevant to a lot of game developers. Like there are literally like there's only a handful.
Oh no, you
There's
need
only a
certification
handful of-
and a degree. It's the end of
Yeah,
the world.
there are only a handful of engines you need certification in. Why? There are only a handful of there are only so many game development engines you need to be certified in.
You clearly don't know how the real fucking world works, because when it comes to fucking medicine, when it comes to fucking a lot of fucking labor jobs like mechanics and fucking plumbing and welding and a lot of other shit, you still have to get fucking certification, whether or not you have a college degree. When it comes to professional jobs, certifications are
if you want to increase your career
get.
capacity, you should probably get certified in some specialized skills. Just like how if you really want to make money as a lawyer, you should probably specialize in divorce law.
I mean, you're not wrong about the lawyer thing, but
yes,
the whole
specialization in particular departments creates more money-making opportunity for some people. Holy fucking shit, what a fucking revelation. Nobody in chat was going to hear this or realize it anywhere else independent of you.
No,
I'm going to probably make more money as a game designer if I got a piece of paper from my university, but I can also work in Unreal Engine, CryEngine, and Unity. Gee, what fucking common sense. I should probably not depend on the college to give me that shit. I should probably invest in my own fucking life and get those certifications, whether someone's going to pay for them or not. Same reason that if you're a mechanic, you should probably get specialized training if you want to work for a particular company or work on particular vehicles where you have a high earning opportunity. Same reason with lawyers. Same reason with doctors. People specialize in things. And if you have a good fucking sense of where the money's at in professions, you shouldn't need someone else to pay for it.
The whole point of why we need college is because it's 10 times more likely for you to get employed and 10 times less likely for you to not, and 10 times harder for you to get a job if you don't have a degree.
So what level of college do you want to be free, Vigilante? Let me establish that. Let's establish that.
In my personal opinion, I would say up to a bachelor's degree.
So up to age 22 for most people.
Roughly speaking, yes.
Okay, then people shouldn't vote till 22 because you've just extended high school another 4 years and called it college. Because if it's going to be provided free for everyone, and we don't let people vote until they're 18, aka out of high school, then you are extending high school 4 years and calling it college. Why? We shouldn't have to register for the draft till we're 22. We shouldn't be able to smoke or drink till we're 22. You're extending adolescence universally for everyone another 4 years.
That's a fucking weird ass point, dude.
Well, if college is free, then everyone is going to take it. Then if everyone is going to take it, it's a universal prescription, just like going to elementary school, middle school, and high school. Why would anyone choose? Why would anyone choose to work full time in a trade at 18, 19 years old, choose to do other things by any meaningful percentage? If you are just going to universally extend adolescence, teenage development up until the age of 22 and call it college.
It's not extending.
Yes, it is, because it's free, just like high school. It's a part of public education at that point. It's an automatic extension of the public school system at that point for everybody.
It's not, because it's not.
If
a
it's free for
requirement.
everyone, then why
What-
shouldn't everyone get it? And if everyone shouldn't get it, then why should anyone be able to vote until they're 22? Why should anyone have any
It's
adult
not-
privileges until they're
not-
22? Because they could be in school until they're 22.
Because it's not an actual requirement. The difference between the public education system and a college is public education is actually required, college is not. Yes, it would be recommended.
But when it's free, you are making it a de facto extension of the public school system. If it is universally free to anybody, to everyone for 4 years, then you are letting everyone stay in the education system for another 4 years. At that point, I don't think they should vote. I don't think they should sign up for the draft. I don't think they should smoke. I don't think they should drink. They're still school students, full time.
First of all, most of those people are probably winning. Second, there are laws requiring people to go to K-12 schools. Third, also, just so you know, trade.
If it is universally free, Vigilante.
Just so you know, trade schools would also be free too. So those would be free to be teaching people skills like mechanics and stuff like that. And K-12, by the way, isn't universally free.
If you're making a bachelor's degree universally free, then college is essentially no longer a personal choice because it's there. You can take it. Everyone else is paying for it, so you might as well just mandate it. You might as well just mandate people go to college.
It's still a personal choice.
Why not mandate it though at that point if we're paying for it?
If you want.
Why not mandate it at that point if we're all paying for it? Why not mandate it?
If you really want to mandate it, I mean,
then you're not an adult till you're 22. Thank you. If we can mandate it, then you're not an adult till you're 22 years old. Because you're still a school student until you're 22.
If you really want to mandate it, I'm fine with that because education.
I don't want to mandate it, but this is the extension of your fucking logic. If you're going to make college universally free till they are 22 years old, I don't want them voting.
It is not the extension of my logic.
Yes, it is. Because you are extending high school universally for another 4 years and calling it college.
You are objecting. It's not extending my logic. The logic that I've used this entire time has been that free college is an investment into our economy.
But if you're going to make it universally free, then why aren't you just mandating it? And if you are mandating it, it is an extension of high school. It's not a choice. You are extending adolescence and teenage years for people in their late teens, early 20s. You're just calling it college. You're switching the labels. And if that's the case, then as far as I'm concerned, those people are not adults until they're 22. I don't want them voting till they're 22. I don't want them registering for the draft. I don't want them smoking. I don't want them drinking legally till they're 22 years old, because you are allowing the majority of the population to extend their adolescence on my dime. They are not adults, and they shouldn't be able to vote.
Why are you so worried about voting?
Because we allow people to vote at 18. Because you are out. Because that is also when your mandatory schooling ends. Your mandatory schooling ends at 18 years old. So if you are going to extend schooling for everyone at 20 up until they are 22 years old, then people shouldn't be able to vote until they're 22, because you're allowing everyone to universally extend their adolescence on the taxpayer dime until they are 22.
But if you're held back, you're still able to vote at 18. Hell, if you're still in high school at 18, you're still able to vote at 18.
Well, that does. You can change that at this point, because if you're going to say, "Oh, we're going to extend," we're essentially, because again, kindergarten is free, elementary school is free, middle school is free, high school is free. As soon as college becomes free for everyone, you've extended mandatory public education 4 years. You've just now put a different label on it and called it college. So at that point, if you wouldn't be able to vote until you were 18, well, why the fuck do I want you voting until you're 22?
Why are you so adamant on?
Because if you're going to extend, if you are going to essentially extend people's teenage development until they are 22 years old, then we should restrict all their other adult privileges that would otherwise kick in when they're 18. So again, no voting, no smoking, no drinking, no signing up for the draft. Nothing until you're 22 years old for everyone. If you're going to provide universal free college until 22, then no one's an adult until 22.
How is it extending development?
Because you are literally providing a 4-year extension onto public education, because it is universally free. And if it is universally free, you cannot tell me that it wouldn't also therefore be mandated, because we're paying for it anyway at that point. So at that point, I should have the right to say, okay, then you're not adults until 22. I don't want you voting until you're 22. Fuck off with your I'm an adult at 18. Now you're not an adult until you're 22. Because we didn't allow you to make the personal choice to go to college anymore at 18. We made it free. We made it universal. So go fuck yourself. You don't get to vote now until you finish college.
So if somebody graduates at 15, should they immediately be able to vote?
No. You know what? Actually, under this example, I'll grant it to you and say if someone could finish a bachelor's degree at 15, fuck it. Let that one outlier vote. I don't give a shit. But universally, I'm going to say under your system, people should not be regarded as adults until they're 22 years old. You're appealing to an outlier when you're actually going to pull in way more people otherwise. So you know what? Fuck it. I'll let the 1 in a million 15-year-old have a vote at that point, because I'd rather outlaw all the millions of stupid liberal 18-year-olds from voting.
So I have a question. Does the public school system suddenly control our biology? Because you're acting like it controls our developmental biology. Because you quite literally
Who's talking about
biology?
biology? Because ultimately, we already have an inconsistency. You can vote, you can register for the draft. Depending on the state you're in, you can smoke at 18. Some states you can't even do that anymore, but you can't drink until you're 21. We already play an arbitrary game legally over when you're an adult versus when you're not. So if I could extend public education if I can extend, if we already play this inconsistent game between 18 and 21, then if I make public education free up until a bachelor's degree, which if you go directly into college would be 22, then why can't I
Wow. Was I really muted that whole time? That's great. That's great. That's amazing. That's amazing. I guess it wouldn't be an easy stream if I did not at least talk on mute once. It really wouldn't be an easy stream. So now I'll reset that minute. Okay, because this is the final round next. So I'll reset that minute for you guys here. You guys got a minute to vote. What I was saying is, okay. All right. Okay, we'll do it like this. Get a vote in. What I was saying was, on the vote for the next topic, only half of you voted. I should see at least 70 votes there. Come on, guys. At the least, all of you should be participating in the vote, okay? It's important. It's important. How many tabs do you have open? Not that many, actually. You guys don't have much time on the vote. Get that vote in. I'm ending it right when this timer hits, okay? Get that vote in. That's it. That's it for that vote. That's it. So, you guys have voted on the next topic, okay? You in the chat have voted on the next topic already. And the next topic, so that the fighters know here, is going to be mandatory military service. This is going to be the last round is a 1 hour round. Okay. Let me write this down too. I didn't write down the topic here on my paper yet. I just have the picture of it. I like to. I'm keeping it all on books in case anybody ever wants to refer to something in the past. But anyways, this is a 1 hour round. Mandatory military. Mandatory military service. Okay. Remember, guys, you guys have your attacks you can do if you want to force a topic switch. If you aren't liking this topic, you can do this for 40. If you want to solo judge a round, I mean, doing it at the last round, I understand that doesn't make sense, but you can also do this. Name changes, 2-minute mutes for $10, 5-minute grace between mutes so that someone's not getting muted the whole time. And if you want to just add in to the debate, just because you want to support the show, help us hit the dono goal. The debaters will read every super chat that comes in back and forth, 1 for 1. So that's how that goes. Again, thank you all for being here. You guys are absolutely amazing. Okay. Thank you all. Put some crowns in the chat for yourselves as well, okay? Because you guys have been absolutely amazing. And put some crowns in the chat for Wicked Wally and Vigilante for coming out here and putting up this good fight, okay? We're going to take a little listen in. We're going to take a little listen in on the corners and get the final round started, okay? Just a reminder one more time. Round 5, mandatory military service. All right, let's take a listen in on the corners and get round 5 started.
You know he's going to run to survive. That's why we needed to get him out of there. Your volume of punches is too low. You're not punching. And it's not like you're tagging. You just got to let your punches go, let him.
Fucking get it flat on him now.
The fight is coming. Are you ready for the fight? We're firemen. We are firemen. The heat doesn't bother us. We live in the heat. We train in the heat. It tells us that we're ready. We're at home. We're where we're supposed to be. Planes don't intimidate us. What do? We control the plane. We control them. We move the plane when we want to. And then we extinguish them.
Hey, look at me. This is where champions remain. You understand me?
Put the ground up to close the distance. Start with the backside. Start looking for your runs, but start with the backside, then finish. Okay?
Right hand, okay? Still got me and drop your right hand, okay?
In the championship of UFC 6.
Let's get it on!
All right, Vigilante, do you have something for me to work with on this?
Well, I mean, we had this 1v1 Friday, so.
Okay, so are you against mandatory military service?
No.
You're not against it?
No, I am not.
Oh, for the love of God.
Wait, you two were on the opposite side of this.
I'm in favor of it!
No, the part that we were opposite on was whether or not women should be in the military.
Fuck!
That was the part that we were about.
Just to be clear, you're for vigilante. You're for like every male or both, everyone having to do service in the military.
I support.
Yeah, well, when we were having that on Verbal Combat last week, I assumed we were talking about under the current system, like in countries where there is universal conscription, women do serve in the military. That's part and parcel of universal conscription and mandatory service. Like Israel, Switzerland don't give women, South Korea don't give women a free pass on conscription.
Yeah.
So conscription versus, a volunteerism system are completely different ballparks. I didn't think we would agree on this, but holy shit. Somebody call for a snap election.
So when you guys say, just so everyone's clear, just so when you guys, what age are you guys saying everyone should have to serve? And how many years?
I think it should be a minimum of 2 years.
At what age?
Yeah, I would say probably 4 years.
Yeah, whether it's 2 years,
18.
whether it's 4 years, it doesn't matter. And I would
so you say 4 years at 18, and what age did you say, Wally?
I would say either 2 or 4. I'm perfectly fine with both. And I would actually carry forward my point from the previous debate, where I think you shouldn't have voting rights until your conscription is over.
Age, Wally. You're not answering.
So
what
either
age?
18 to 20 or 18 to 22. I'm perfectly fine with either one, whether it's 2 years or 4 years. I think it should be 18
though. You start at 18, so everyone at 18 should go into the middle, and then you.
I think at 18 is perfectly fine, because honestly, it's like because otherwise, like, people are going to change people's like weight or fitness can change at different points. So
hold up. We just got a topic change. Thank you, Raw Dog, for your donation. Repeal the 19th Amendment. Should women vote?
Do you think women should vote, Vigilante? Please say
no. Yes, obviously, I think women should.
You said yes. I was hoping there was hope for you, and I wasn't going to have to do as much work for the next 56 minutes. But I guess I got to go to work on you for the next 56 minutes. because I forgot, you're feminist adjacent. You're not fully anti-feminist. So we still got to hold this intervention for you that brings you fully to the winning team, where you're going to become a patriarchal man. You're going to go to Glenn Lawrence, say, I'm ready for the TRT prescription, and I'm ready to get a deep booming voice, advocate for the free market and for putting the women back in the home, taking care of the kids. But since you're not, I guess I got to help walk you there for in the next 55. So, okay. So here's the thing, Vigilante. Now, this actually ties in beautifully to a lot of earlier topics in the debate, and we can go back to the whole normalizing, one family income, because what is one of the, as far as a policy situation, what is one of the biggest things I ever see feminists on the internet complaining about? Well, that would be the good old cost of living. Now, what do feminists overly advocate for? What? Well, they advocate for socialist prescriptions to adjusting the cost of living. They don't advocate for conservative prescriptions. They don't advocate for anything sensible or logical to fix the cost of living. They don't talk about the practical ways you can eliminate student debt by taking the government out of the student loan business. They don't talk about normalizing one-income households, because feminists equate that with putting them back in the kitchen, when that's absolutely not what would be happening. It would just be normalizing a one-family income. It doesn't mean every woman is going to therefore be chained to a stove and forced to give birth to 17 kids. Even though there are plenty of people who would say, yeah, Wally encouraged that. That sounds pretty fucking based. Let's go. But let's say I'm not advocating for that. Let's say I'm just advocating for, again, normalizing the one-family household, eliminating the student, taking the government out of the student loan business. Let's just talk about things like that. Those aren't things that women advocate for. Instead, they advocate for, well, we need to find some arbitrary way to equalize everything. And that's a fool's errand. 50-50 egalitarianism is a fool's errand, and we all fucking know it. We're never going to actually get there. And it ultimately does a disservice to both men and women to pretend that we can ever reach a point where we're arbitrarily 50% equal. Women have different roles that they are intended for. Men have different roles that they are intended for. And women who vote don't vote in a beneficial direction for most of society. They vote for the feel-good positions. They vote for the positions that lean towards communism. They vote for the positions that lean towards socialism. They vote towards creating this fabrication of equality, this false sense of egalitarianism. They vote for what feels good for the most part, when in fact it is their prescriptions that have presented this problem to society. It is the flooding of women into the workforce. It is the normalizing of a two-income household. It is the creation of all this student debt in the name of wider education that is, on the whole, not necessary for most people, that has inflated the cost of living. But yet it's funny that the feminist ideology creates these problems, and then they want to go to the ballot box and appeal to communism for their solutions, to socialism for their solutions. When in reality, yeah, you've created the problem, and you should shut up and let the free market solve it. You should let actual conservative principles solve the problem. You should let the patriarchy solve the problem. Vigilante's muted, so I'm just going to keep on talking.
Sorry. Have you actually looked at the polling on who voted for Trump and who voted for Biden?
Give me the numbers. Are you talking about 2016? Now, are you talking about 2016 or are you talking about 2020? Because in 2020, women were overwhelmingly supporting lockdowns. Women were overwhelmingly supporting mandating the jab in 2020. Women went full Karen.
That's
interesting
because that's interesting because only 55% of women voted for Biden, while 44% of women voted for Trump. Compared to 2016,
again, so you're illustrating that a majority voted for Biden. That's not disproving my point. Would it not be beneficial if that 56% weren't voting?
Compared to 54% of women and 39% in 2016. So actually more women voted for Trump in 2020 than in 2016.
But who was dominating the messaging in 2020? It was the women who were advocating for more lockdowns. It was the women who were advocating for the government to keep them safe. If this vast percentage of women who were voting for Trump existed,
do you know the reason why women are the only reason why women, when you look at women as a demographic, for Biden as a overall, it's because of women of color. When you look at white women, it's 43-55. 55% of white women voted for Trump.
Okay, but then the total of women was still voting more in favor of Biden than Trump, correct?
The total of women.
Okay, then I don't want the total of women voting. If the total of women are voting for liberal prescriptions for society, I don't want women voting. It would be better for society if they weren't voting. I don't know how you think this is a gotcha. I applaud you for trying, but when the overall percentage of women still came out for Biden over Trump, I don't want women voting.
I mean, you just don't want women voting.
All you demonstrated to me is that over 50% of women are liberal Karens, and I don't want them at the ballot box.
I mean, you just don't want them to vote because they disagree with you. It's fucking hilarious.
Because feminism, feminism going back to the early 1900s and before, with the formations of the ideology, created these problems for society related to the cost of living. And now they want to appeal to socialist and communist policies to correct the problem they created, when I really think they need to shut up and opt out of the American ballot box. They need to just not be at the ballot box. They created this problem.
I mean, that's a very Christian opinion for you to have, so.
I don't think most people should vote, to be fair. If it were up to me, I would shrink the electorate to a significant degree, both men and women. But all you've demonstrated to me by saying that over 50% of women voted for Biden, because you smuggle that in on top of, X amount of women voted for Trump. Okay, that's great. But over 50% of women still voted for Biden. So if that means the under 50% that voted for Trump can't also vote, I don't want any of them voting.
So who do you think should be able to vote?
Who do I think should be able to vote? You mean in general?
Yes.
I think there should be a stakeholder democracy. I think you should have some kind of skin in the game where you have the right then to have an opinion on the policy that is enacted within where you that influences where you live.
So you want oligarchy?
I believe that you should have to be working, you should have to be contributing to society in some measure, so that if you should have to own some kind of property, you should have to own a business, you should have some stake in how the society around you functions.
So you want oligarchy?
What's wrong with it? What is wrong with the people who are actually making the day-to-day society you live in work, having the overwhelming opinion on the policy that is guiding where you live? Again, going back to where we were on minimum wage, as I articulated, and you didn't disagree with me, by the way, it is the business owner, it is the small businesses, even predominantly over corporations, who are making this country work. So why shouldn't people who are business owners, who are landowners, have a primary be the main voice in how policy is being guided and influenced at the ballot box over somebody like yourself? Because they have more skin in the game than you do at that point. Like, say, because you brought up, oh, well, you have a debilitating condition. Okay, so you have a debilitating condition. So let's say let's say hypothetically you couldn't work at all. You subsist off of public charity. If you are subsisting exclusively off of the charity of other people, why should you be able to influence policy at that point? You get what you get from the government, essentially, at that point. Well, why should you be able to vote in
This one here is for Vigilante to read.
The Secret History of Women's Liberation.
I'm assuming with the axe emotes, the name change is directed at me. Fucking beast.
And this will be for Wally to read.
Landowners and military subscription. Fucking based. Yeah, I mean, we can go back to the thing. It's like, I think I would agree that part of conscription should be that, you could get voting rights as part of conscription. Because not all people are going to qualify for military standards. And that's the thing, is like, okay, military conscription equals getting voting rights.
Okay, but why
so if that were the case, that doesn't mean, therefore, well, let's advocate for lowering military standards to get as many people into the military as possible.
I mean, yeah, we both agree that military service should be required. But why should anybody have more control over my life and laws that affect me than I do?
Because it's ultimately if you were not able to work, the benefits you receive are dependent on the people who are succeeding, who are paying into that system, who are doing well under the system, who are flourishing under the system. Why should you be able to vote for policies that would hinder them, but somehow create an additional benefit for you when they are still providing for you to have some measure of benefit from society's abundance in any case? Like, I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed to people who have ability, because again, as far as policy in general, I'm not opposed to people in your position having a long-term debilitating illness. receiving
that's
some
fine.
sort of
To be clear,
social safety net.
To be clear, I do work, but
I never said you weren't able. I never said you were or weren't able to. I'm saying under the hypothetical I'm proposing, let's say you're not.
But so let's backtrack for a minute. Let's talk.
So if you are not able to work, are you contributing to society, or are you draining on society at that point, as far as in, just your input versus output?
I mean, you're technically a drain on society. You're not contributing to, you're not working, you're contributing to GDP. But that's,
And I would, if a woman was a landowner, business owner, I'd be perfectly fine with saying, okay, let's let that particular woman can vote. Okay.
So
I don't think most people in general should be able to vote. They don't demonstrate the understanding to make decisions that guide policy for the majority of people.
So based off of your opinion, where only business owners and landowners should be able to, since I'm just like a normal worker and I rent the place that I live at, why should I not have any control or any say over the policies and laws that affect me when I contribute to society as a worker?
Where is your skin in the game? Like a business owner. So in the case of you as just a regular worker versus you as a landowner or a business owner. So let's go with business owner in this example, since that's where you're kind of pulling towards. So I'll walk with you down this pier. As a business owner, that person has skin in the game because they are developing land. They are creating jobs. If that person was not creating jobs, you would sit there with your thumb up your ass and nothing to do unless you went and raised the capital to build a business, to start a business. And at that point, if you are doing that, you've got skin in the game. You're making an investment in your community, which is more than most people do. Most people selfishly don't invest in their communities. They don't start their own businesses.
So
the people who do, who know what their economy needs.
Do you not
who know what their economy needs are the people who should be guiding policy.
Do you not think that people who spend their time and effort working to actually to the economy and actually make things to put out into the actually buy, which is actually what contributes to the economy, do you not think those people contribute just as much to the as the people?
Let's rewind that back there, because you started breaking up as soon as you started the do, which implies to me that you don't want to make a point as much as you really want to take a shit.
No, that's repeating myself over and over.
Do. I get it. You want to go do. Do we have to let you outside, Vigilante, so you can do? Somebody open the door over there. Let Vigilante outside so he can do and then come back to the debate with an actual point.
You understand that people who work contribute just as much to society as the people who invest and start businesses, because the people who work in the businesses, the ones that
just as much.
Yes.
So the cashier.
Yes.
So let's just be clear. Let me finish. Let me give the example. Let me give you an example so you can fucking understand it, because I know you don't want to, but I'm going to give the fucking example anyway. So what you are saying to me,
I wasn't
what
finished.
you are saying to me.
Finished.
So before you go shit out in the front yard,
finished.
before you go take a dump out in your front yard and
I wasn't finished. I wasn't
before you go doo-doo in the front yard to your heart's content, Vigilante. Let me make this fucking clear.
Finished.
You are telling me that the cashier is just as valuable as the person who raised 6, 7 fucking figures to build the store in my community. That person should have an equal say to the guy who opened the fucking business. Because you know what? That cashier would have stood there in the fucking empty lot with her thumb up her ass, doing nothing, waiting for a job until someone with capital, someone with skin in the game, came along and built the fucking business. Now that I got that out, you're free to go take your break, go piss in the bush, go shit in the yard, because you have to do so badly. I'll let you have your couple minutes to do that.
Okay, first of all, like when we're talking about like factories or restaurants, most of the time they're not the ones that build that. They don't build that shit. Most of the time, those are government subsidized, especially when we're talking about factories. Like, fucking 50 to 60% of these are government subsidized.
You're like breaking.
You're cutting up a little bit there.
You're
cutting up a little bit there. It's hard to catch what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm genuinely not. I'm genuinely not trolling you right now. You've been breaking up every other word since I stopped speaking.
I would say like 50 to 60% of government, 50 to 60% of factory government subsidized. So the person who raised the money to start the business, generally speaking, isn't the one who built the factory or built the.
So we should remove government subsidies and let the market determine what communities need. Okay. Fucking based. I'm with you. Remove subsidies. Okay. Vigilante, we're beating the commie out of them, ladies and gentlemen. We're bringing them over to the winning team. God loves you, Vigilante. God loves you. Jesus died for your sins. Come over to the winning team, my brother.
That's not at all what I'm saying. That's not at all what I'm saying.
You just said government subsidies. So we should eliminate government subsidies. I'm with you. Fucking based. You're with me. You're coming up to my level. Up here, you're down here, but you're crawling. You're crawling up to the level of eliminating government subsidies. Fucking based.
Okay, all right, okay, guys. Let's we're staying in this one spot, and Wally, I'm gonna have to point it out. It's because you're not letting him finish his point. Okay,
go ahead.
So we're gonna be stuck in this one point of him trying to get that 1 point out if we don't let it out. Just letting you know.
All right.
First of all, I don't want to get rid of government subsidies. I'd actually prefer to transfer government subsidies because these are there for a reason. However, they're overwhelmingly used on large. They shouldn't be. They need to be used on small businesses more often than they are. They should be used on more. They should be more so focused on being used for small businesses.
Well, listen, folks, we won't be stuck on that part any longer because we have a topic change. Okay. And topic change, great UVC, sir. Thank you so much, Angel. Okay, let me ask Vigilante if I'm not mistaken. Vigilante, you are for polygamy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you like if you were to do like if you were to say polygamy versus monogamy, which one would you say?
I I mean, I think it's a personal choice, but I think, generally speaking, ethical non-monogamy is okay.
Ethical non-monogamy. Okay. All right. Well, this is where we're gonna go here.
My God.
Polygamy versus um, monogamy. You can whatever version of it you have there. Vigilante. It's polygamy, but yeah.
Okay, Vigilante. You don't have to give me specifics, but before we get into this, okay, everybody knows, like, I'm in New England, I'm in New Hampshire. Everybody fucking knows that. Like, compared to where you live, I would love for you to come out here so I can straighten you out, take you to church, like, beat this bullshit fucking like pro-women shit out of you so you can go home and be a functioning man. But in general, like, fucking, oh my God, if ethical non-monogamy, polygamy, whatever fucking feel-good label you want to slap on this illogical bullshit was in any way fucking natural or beneficial to humanity, it would in some way have moved the needle to 50, close to, not even 50%. I won't even say 50%, but close. And it doesn't do that. I said this way, way back on like my first or second Verbal Combat appearance, that if this kind of shit was in any way natural for humanity, it would be moving the needle towards some kind of oppositional number. And worldwide, it doesn't do that. Like, you need to go to church, my dude. We need to get you straightened out, fully straightened out. Like, we gotta, like, I care about you, man. You're a brother in Christ because you're a fellow human being, and I want what's best for you.
Ethical non-monogamy being normalized a relatively recent phenomenon.
Normalized. What is normalized? Normalized would be over 50. Would be somewhere around 50%, and it's not
becoming. I shouldn't even say normalized. I should say becoming normalized.
It's not becoming normalized, so it's approaching 50%. Is it over 40? It's not. It's not forming any kind of oppositional number. It's not forming any kind of oppositional figure.
By becoming normalized,
worldwide, it's not an oppositional number.
By becoming normalized, I mean there are more people doing it, and there are more people that.
So wait, if 100 people are. So wait, let me establish your standard here. Hold on.
There are more people
okay. You're saying becoming normalized, but you're not setting a standard. So if 100 couples are monogamous, and it's gone from one non-monogamous couple to 3, is that normalizing it? No, it fucking ain't. It's outliers. It's statistical outliers.
I'm saying it's becoming normalized. More people are becoming
so there should be over 33%. Over 33% worldwide should be non-monogamous.
That's not what becoming normalized means.
Over 33% should fall under the polygamy, ethical non-monogamy, non-monogamous, fucking fuck my husband, fuck my wife, I'm a cuck, any of that shit should be at least 33%.
Monogamy typically falls under kink. It's not a normal. It's not technically.
It's not normal, so therefore it shouldn't be normalized. If you have to normalize that, it's not normal.
All right, Wally. I'm gonna have to tell you to let him get an argument out. He's not getting any argument out. You're just yelling every 2 words, bro. Come on, let him get an argument out, or else this isn't even a debate.
At this point, it's not something that is considered normal. Therefore, it falls under kink. So that's why that's what's considered part of the community. That's why we have the fancy name for it that you were taught that you were bitching called ethical non-monogamy. That's why we call it that instead of fucking polygamy, which is what the
Well, ethical
Vigilante. I was just
non-monogamy.
gonna say to Vigilante, try turning your camera off and see if that helps the little lags that we're getting, because it might be something to do with that. Like turning it off on like the StreamYard, maybe if that's gonna help. Yeah, we
that
keep
might
getting
be.
cutouts.
Okay. And then okay, where was that mentally?
All right. Now I feel like I'm arguing with Jason Todd, so I don't know if that should make me feel nicer or meaner. So, I'm confused for a moment. But again, that's why I said you're very lucky the Halloween stores aren't open yet, because I would have a crowbar prop to make fun of that. But I don't. So maybe if we debate closer towards Halloween, I'll dress up as the Joker for a debate with you. And we'll have a death in the family. Like,
all right, Wally. Who cares about costumes? Come on, let's get to the debate.
Yeah, let's get back to it. Come on.
But no, so generally speaking, some people feel like they only want to commit to one person. Some people feel they want to commit to multiple, or they just want to sleep around with multiple people. That's what.
Okay, and you've clearly conceded those people aren't normal.
That it's something that is becoming considered normalized because more people are becoming okay with it. It is not It is not considered normal as of this moment. That is why it is considered. That is why it falls under the label of kink. Anything that falls under the label of kink is technically not normal.
Okay, so anything under the label of kink is not normal. Correct? That's what you just said.
Correct.
Okay, so fat women should not be normal because, women gaining weight for the pleasure of other people is a kink.
That's a fetish. That's different.
That's a kink. That is a kink. Women eating cake and showing off how fat they are for a man's pleasure is a kink as well as a fetish. It can be both. It's not normal, correct?
There is a difference between a kink and a fetish.
Okay, whatever helps you sleep at night, buddy. But really, there really isn't. It's still something like both are trying to be normalized, right? Like, healthy at any size, beautiful at any size. Like, that is an attempt to normalize, 400-pound women eating cake, right? Is that the case?
Not every kink is something that is trying to be normalized.
So if every kink isn't something that's trying to be normalized, then why should we normalize any of it? It sounds like we shouldn't normalize the idea that a man is okay with a woman banging other dudes and vice versa and thinking that's a healthy family situation for children to grow up in.
Prior to Christianity.
No. Is it a healthy situation for women to grow up in? That's what I was saying. Is normalizing whether it's one man and 5 chicks or one chick and 5 dudes. Is that a healthy situation for children? Doesn't matter. I'm making this gender neutral.
We necessarily know it's not common enough for us to have studies on it.
It's not healthy for children. Okay.
That's not what I said. I said we don't know.
If it was healthy for children, it would have developed into normalcy prior to now.
No, because the
But it
church.
it has never moved the needle to any meaningful percentage. I've said this before. It never moved the needle, no matter how many times you try to argue.
That's because in the most parts of the world, it's been illegal for centuries.
Okay, and is it still normal worldwide? Like, if it's normal in certain percentages of the world, why are the rest of the world why is the majority being so fucking uptight about it? It's almost like we don't think it creates a good outcome for children.
No,
it's almost like
the reason it was made illegal is because of the fucking Catholic Church.
Oh, just the Catholic Church. So Protestantism is cool with polyamory. Orthodoxy is cool with polyamory. It's just the Catholic Church, my brother.
It wasn't made illegal.
You might be a little misunderstanding that there's only like that like a minority of Christianity is
It wasn't made illegal. It wasn't legal here in the United States until the Mormons became a problem.
Well, the Mormons are heretical, so let's not even appeal to the Mormons versus real Christianity.
No, literally the entire reason why polygamy became illegal in the United States is because of the Mormons. So
yes, and they are heretical Christianity, so I consider them invalid to the Christian argument.
Yeah, so
I would tell Mormon. I would tell any Mormon, if you were a Mormon vigilante, I would tell you you're a cultist, you're heretical, you're not a real Christian. So I'm not going to base Christianity off of your perspective of polyamory or polygamy or anything else.
That's fine.
Okay.
But the point is the reason that it became illegal is because the Mormons practiced polygamy, and in the practice of polygamy, they were child marriage and shit, and the United States government had a problem with that, and then they eventually outlawed it, and that's when it became illegal.
So there was an awareness, there was a broader cultural awareness that polygamy was abnormal and was against the best outcomes for men, women, society in general. Because if there wasn't, then we would have allowed it. We wouldn't have cared. But clearly we care.
No, because the laws are these are slowly being overturned in different states as it becomes normalized.
You're talking about Mormons specifically, and I'm saying if there was no problem with what they were advocating for as far as their marital societal prescriptions, we wouldn't have cared, but we cared. We cared because their prescriptions were a worse outcome for children and families.
We cared because of the way that they practiced it. And that's the only way that the only reason why it became illegal is because of the way that they practiced, specifically because of the abuse and particularly because of the abuse of children.
If their practice is inherently tied to general abuses, it's not a good prescription for anyone.
And that's why a lot of people.
Yes, but they are a breakaway. They are a heretical breakaway from general American Protestantism, which is a heretical breakaway from Catholicism, which is a heretical breakaway from the Orthodox Church. So they are they are a subset of a subset of a subset. And clearly, like when we looked at their prescriptions for society, we saw that, like, hey, this practice of marrying away your 13, 14-year-old is really bad, which I agree with. It's a really bad idea. But again, it's like we could look at that on its face and say, hey, these are really bad prescriptions, and you're a straw man of Christianity because you're a cult.
And that's fine. I would agree with that version of the Mormons.
Okay, so you should probably, I say this because you should probably not be standing on the Mormons as a practical example of anything at this point. Because
That's
the
not what I'm
overwhelming
doing.
majority of Christians would condemn them. The
That's
overwhelming
not what I'm
majority of
doing.
Christians, okay, but would you agree that the overwhelming majority of Christians outside of Mormons would say polygamy, polyamory is immoral, unnatural? It's always been established under Christianity that marriage is one man and one woman. It was in one woman. It was affirmed by Jesus Christ that men are to Christ as the woman is to the church.
I would say probably. I don't know if I would say most people. I would say probably some people would say that.
Okay, so but no, it's actually the majority. It's the consistent teaching of Christianity that the marriage
However,
between it is the consistent teaching in the majority of Christianity that is not a cult, it is not a heretical cult. It is the consistent teaching in Christianity that is not heresy or a cult, that marriage is one man and one woman, where the woman is the semblance of the body of the church, and the husband is the semblance to the wife of Christ as Christ is to the church.
So now the reason I was using Mormons as an example was to pinpoint and show you that the reason why in like Europe and stuff that polygamy is illegal in most of Europe and most of the rest of the world is due to Catholicism and not due to Protestantism.
Okay, well, I would renounce Catholicism if you're going to appeal to Catholicism. Are you appealing to Catholicism? I want to make that clear. Are you appealing to any trapping of Catholicism?
I am pointing out that the only reason
Catholicism, yes or no, because I'm not Catholic. I have renounced the Catholic Church. I am an inquirer officially into the Orthodox.
I am not appealing to Catholicism.
I'm not a defendant of Catholicism.
I am not appealing to Catholicism. I am explaining that the reason why polygamy.
Okay, well, I would say to you, in that case, Catholicism is a heretical separation of the Orthodox Church. So I do not acknowledge
considering it's the original version of Christianity.
They were engaged in. See, this is a problem, and this is why I've said before, like, I'm not an apologist, because if you don't believe in the doctrines specifically of Christianity, there's really no subject for a debate, because we're not coming from a mutual belief in anything at all.
Well, just to be clear, the debate was about polygamy versus monogamy.
Yeah, so as far as polygamy versus monogamy, I don't believe polygamy is natural for humanity. If it was natural for humanity in any extent, you would be able to look worldwide and say, hey, polygamy stacks up with monogamy to some sort of figure that forms an oppositional party. And it doesn't do that by any social, political, religious metric. It doesn't do that. It doesn't approach the 50% plus one plus 1 standard.
It's not about it stacking up. It's like what is it stacking up have to do with anything?
But to say, if you're going to contend that polygamy or or again, whatever broadening of terms that people use to be inclusionary, which again is why non-ethical monogamy is an invented term. It was invented to pull more people in, to make it seem like it is a natural practice for humanity when it is not. It is not an overwhelmingly
that's
natural
not the reason
practice.
why the term was invented. The reason
why else would it be? Why else would terms be invented other than to pull as many people as possible into one particular general viewpoint? That's how we've ended up with 23 different fucking genders. The amount of genders that we're told exist apparently now wouldn't exist if we weren't trying to get as many people into the LGBTQIA plus labeling.
Because there are versions of ethical, because there are versions of non-monogamy that are not ethical, like the whole harems thing that they do in fucking Islam.
But it's all non-monogamy. It doesn't matter if it's ethical or not. It's all polygamy. It's all non-monogamy. It's all unnatural. It doesn't matter if you put a good-sounding label on it or not. It's just like calling a fetus a clump of cells.
There's a difference between ethical and unethical. Do you not understand the difference between ethical and unethical, Ollie?
Well, clearly, even if you pull in ethical and non-ethical together, it's not normal. It doesn't approach the 50%. Even by a fucking slim margin of victory, it doesn't do that.
What the fuck does it matter? It's about people's personal preferences.
It does matter because you're trying to create an all-inclusive net that pulls all these people into under the same tent, to make them sound as it's all as legitimate as being a monogamous couple, and it's not.
Nobody's trying to do that. Nobody's pushing.
Then why do all these different terms exist if nobody's trying to do it, bro? It should all be either it's monogamous or it's wrong.
People have fucking preferences, then I just want to fuck one hole for the rest of my goddamn life.
Their preferences are stupid. Their preferences create bad outcomes for children, and I don't fucking care about them if they're less than 10% of the fucking population. Fuck off with your preferences that you fuck 3 men or fuck 3 women.
I mean, just because you want to fuck one hole for the goddamn
this one's
rest
for
of your life.
Vigilante to read.
Name change, Vidge. I'm 10 years old. And a lot of people who do ethical non-monogamy don't even want kids.
There is nothing ethical, Vigilante. I'm just, let's put the whole debate aside. No.
Ethical.
No. Let me put this aside. Let me put all of this aside for you for a minute. And I don't know your real name, so I can't say this any differently. So this is just Wally talking to Vigilante. Bro, there is nothing ethical, moral, anything about letting another man fuck your woman. There is nothing ethical or moral about it. Same as if you were a woman. I would say there is nothing ethical or moral about letting another woman fuck your man. It is morally and ethically disgusting. And this is just me talking to you. And if you think that in any way, shape, or form, based off of hypothetical, oh, I said it's okay because I'm consenting to it, that another dude plows your woman, it's disgusting. I don't care what rationalization you invent for it. It's gross and it's unnatural and you need some fucking help. And I am here in this debate because I sincerely want to help you past these fucking points.
So by that logic, is it unethical to fuck any woman that has ever had sex before?
Okay, you're trying to conflate a person you're in a relationship with a person you are not, who was acting independently of you at that time. Now, here's the thing, and I'm going to bring this up here. Now, a woman can come to you, and a woman can say to you, hey, Vigilante, I've been a huge, whore in the past. Okay? Hypothetically, you're not in a relationship. A woman comes to you and says, yeah, I've slept with X amount of dudes. I'm changing my life. I don't want to be this way anymore. And I'm going to make you wait. Unless we are going to get married, I am not going to have sex with any more men. Now, you can apply the Brian Atlas whatever argument of, oh, but you didn't make all these other women wait. You didn't make all these other men wait. So why are you going to make me wait? That's a classic Brian Atlas argument, right? We've all heard that. But here's the thing. The broad prescription of feminism in that case is that feminism would say that woman should have as much uninhibited, unrestricted sex with as many men as she wants. And why is that, Vigilante? That's because feminism is the absolute unilateral lowering of standards for all women. There is no prescription of feminism that does not lead to the lowering of standards for women everywhere, in as far as sexual modesty, in as far as physical modesty. If you were to then say, oh, but you didn't make all these other women, you didn't make all these other men wait, baby. Why are you going to make me wait? Well, you know what you just did, Vigilante? You appealed to feminism to have sex with that woman because you wanted her to have lower standards to spread her legs for you when she's trying not to. Tell me one aspect of feminism that has ever led to a higher standard being prescribed for all women, and I will pay you $20.
Repeat that one more time.
I said, give me one example of feminism that has appealed to women having a higher standard and I will pay you $20. Because feminism has led to reduced modesty, it's led to higher body counts in human relationships between women and men. Feminism has never told women to have a higher standard in how they conduct themselves, in how they dress, in how they communicate, in how they talk. Feminism has always led to nothing but a lower standard for women. So if you were to be presented with a woman who said, I think you're a good guy, but I'm not going to have sex anymore until we're married, regardless of my prior history, and you say, what the fuck? That's bullshit. Well, then you just appealed to that woman to embrace feminism, to have a lower standard for herself. And you cannot get around that. In any conceivable metric, you cannot get around the fact that in those cases, you just appealed to feminism for sex. And this is how I body slammed the Brian Atlas argument 2 fucking days ago, and I'm body slamming it again right fucking now and reiterating it for everyone watching. Because I agree. Andrew Wilson has said feminism is the rejection of patriarchy, but it is also the embracement of universal lower standards for women everywhere. There is no prescription of feminism that does not lead to a lower standard for women, which is even a better reason why we should reject feminism, because we should be encouraging our women, the mothers of our children, the keepers of our homes, to have a higher fucking standard for how they live as human beings.
When you talk about modesty, I mean, there's a time and place for modesty. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree that there are certain areas where
I'm muted again. Muted again. I want to see at least 60 fucking votes there. Everyone vote. Ah, shit. Everyone vote. Okay. I want to see at least 60 votes there. And you guys have voted, so we're going to do a little 2-hour after panel. Only 2 hours, though. I'm not going any longer than that because I got some things to do tomorrow. So, yeah. You guys got 10 seconds on the clock for the votes. Come on. Get them in. All right. That is it. That is it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to bring the fighters up. We're going to announce the winners of every round and, do the recap of everything here. And the winner will be, titled UVC number 4 champion. And this also adds a new belt into the UVC league. So we are at currently 4 belts. Okay? There's 4 belts. Well, we're going to have to, make these champions start challenging each other. You know what I mean? But let's bring up the fighters. Let's bring them to the middle of the ring. First off, before we do this, I do want to say congratulations to both of you. You both did fucking great. Mods, please share both Wally and Vigilante's channels in the chat so everyone can go sub up over to them.
I'm just going to give a shout out to Vigilante. He brought the high energy I didn't think he had in him when he debated JS. And, we had a good matchup last week on Verbal Combat, and he carried through with it. So, you know what? Much respect to him for being a good sport, being a good opponent. This was a good time.
I'm pretty sure this is
I was back in my element for this one.
Unless you've had one since the last UVC, I'm pretty sure this would be his second ever 1v1, right?
Yep.
Word. That's what's up.
All right, guys. You tried to bring some fire up out of you.
He'll get it. He just has to keep coming around. Listen, we're gonna run through these, and then we're gonna do an after panel. I already have it set up to forward the chat over there after. So let me run through this here quickly. We have round 1, which was the set topic of the night, a 1-hour round, raising minimum wage. The winner of round 1 was Wicked Wally. Chat voted for Wicked Wally. Round 2. Should we normalize one income households? This was a 30-minute round. And at the end of the round, the chat voted for Wicked Wally to be the winner of round 2. In round 3, we had Is Abortion Murder? And then around the 47 mark, we had it changed to Should we allow assisted self-deletion? This was a 1-hour round. The winner of round 3 was Wicked Wally as well. Okay. Round 4, first off, that is 3 out of 5. So this inspired a new idea for UVCs in the future. We'll get to that in a second. Round 4 was Should College Be Free? Okay. This is a 30-minute round, and the chat voted for Wicked Wally to be the winner of round 4 as well. And then we have round 5. We started with mandatory military service. At the 55-minute mark, it got switched right away to repealing the 19th, should women vote. And then around the 30-minute mark, it got switched to polygamy versus monogamy. Again, that was a 1-hour round. And the winner of round 5 is also Wicked Wally, with the TKO winning. Wicked Wally, congratulations. You are the UVC 4 Ultimate Verbal Champion. Okay. You now hold a belt amongst the other belt holders in the UVC League. Okay. Vigilante, before we let Wally go, Vigilante, do you want to give some words and make sure you tell everyone where they're finding you and what you think and, you know, how you're going to recoup from this loss?
Yeah, I mean, that was fun. I'll be back. Get some practice. Prepare a little bit next time. We'll see. But you can find me at the Vigilante TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Word. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. And Wally, the champion of the night. Give the chat your words. Tell everyone where we find you.
Well, first off, I want to acknowledge John's last-minute name change to West Side Walls, which I think is quite funny because I like to co-opt or culturally appropriate the W's to Wicked Wally. So I'm gonna give the shout out there, but I'm gonna extend the olive branch because I know I could take the after several UVCs that have been a very fun arguments against Teriak and Shiva, I could go up here and say I want to thank my Lord God, Jesus Christ, my moms, my son, all this other shit, all these other people. I want to thank everybody. No, I do want to sincerely thank, of course, Easy for hosting UVC 4. Ironically, this has kind of been my idea, and I've been in 3 out of 4 of them. So fucking go me. Am I right, boys and girls? But I want to thank Vigilante as well. Like I'll thank Teriak and Shiva. He's been a good opponent. He's put up a good fight. We put on a good show for the people, and chat always wins. And as I've said, when people have asked me about this in the days leading up to this, I've said, you know what? This is an intervention for our self-professed recovering commie Vigilante TV, because I sincerely want him to drain what is left of the communist out of his fucking skull and come join the winning team. Because I think if we school him on our worldview, he can be a good soldier on the front line for the winning team, and we need him on the front line for the winning team. We need as many people on the front line for the winning team as we possibly can have. So I hope at the very least, between our personal joust, I've given him some good things to consider, some good things to think about. And I hope to see him more coming closer and closer and closer to the winning team, because I said I don't consider this as much a debate as I consider this an intervention, because I want people on our side. I want soldiers on the front line advocating for the correct worldview, and that's where he needs to be, because he's shown by the fact that he has described himself as a recovering communist. He's shown that he can get there. He's shown that he can get closer and closer to the winning team. So I want him to join us on the front line as a brother in Christ, fighting for where society should be going. So I hope this intervention got through to him to some extent and gave him some shit to think about.
All right.
I hope that when the next time we see each other on the sands of Normandy, we're fighting as brothers and not as adversaries.
Let's fucking go. And remind everybody again where they
Wicked
find
Wally
you.
everywhere. I'll see you there.
Let's fucking go. Again, shout out to both debaters. Shout out to the chat. Put some crowns in the chat for chat. You guys are fucking champions. You always win, okay? You guys are absolutely amazing coming participating. We are doing a 2-hour after panel, so come on over there. I'll share the link for that in the chat. Plus, it's going to redirect for anyone that wants to go over there. Wally and Vigilante, if you guys want to come on over, hit that link in the back. Appreciate you both. Absolutely amazing job, both of you. And everybody there out here, okay? All my beautiful bears, brothers and beauties, okay? I absolutely adore you guys more than words can explain, okay? I am thankful for you guys every day. I promise you guys that you are in my prayers, each and every one of you, every night before I go to bed, okay? And I thank you guys for helping me make this shit happen, okay? You guys are absolutely amazing. I can't thank you enough, okay? 30 could be 1,400. Best fucking chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. I will see you guys in the after panel. God bless anyone who's going to bed. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Verbal Combat Friday. Have a great one.